Welcome to the nightmare. We're gonna go ahead and get started with some announcements quickly. Get those out of the way. So, how was everybody's day yesterday? How was the poems, the fun, the joy?
Great time.
Everything broke down.
Good.
I'm just kidding. It went brilliantly.
I was gonna say I don't think
There's a
everything
fire.
broke down because I didn't see anything break down. Good. Yeah. So that was fun. Yeah. Tomorrow we're gonna have a little fun on the raft. So tune in, see what joys we bring and
What chaos
ensues. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited for tomorrow. And then we have Hate, Laugh, Love this week, right?
Yes, we do.
And you actually
Yeah.
have something planned, right?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the future of DC movies. Stuff that's coming
Nice.
out this year. Stuff that just came out, recently. Peacemaker, Suicide Squad, stuff like that. Yeah, I have things to say about DC, as I've said before in different conversations. But tune in
It should
Friday, 6 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time.
It should be quite the interesting entertainment, that is for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have Nightbane on Saturday. More wild things going on there.
We're waging
So,
a war.
Yeah. Keep up with that. And of course, Tales of Andrea on Sunday. We always look forward to that.
Episode like
always.
48 or something like that now.
Yeah.
Whoo, boy.
Getting up there in episodes. Anything else? Anything else that needs to be noting? Like Thursday?
Merch store, Discord, YouTube, social media, all that good stuff. Albarin on literally everything. You can't miss it.
Literally.
Look for the logo.
It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Very
Bye.
obvious logo.
Buy Lily's face on a pillow. I think it's on a pillow. And give her a hug every night. She needs it.
Yes. Body pillows coming soon, as I've said many times. Still working on it, folks.
Work in progress. It's a whip right now.
It's a whip. A whip. Anything
A
else?
mixie-sized body pillow would just be a pillow.
Yeah, just be a normal
See,
See, we
pillow.
could do that. We could just.
Oh,
yeah.
we should do Mixie Wolves. Oh,
That would be
Yeah.
would
so
adorable.
cute.
That would be the most
Oh.
adorable thing. It'd be a little frightening too, though, because
It
to
would
have
be.
a kind of attached shield that you're like, is that actually a part of the creature?
Also, don't forget, not this Thursday, but next week Thursday, we have a D&D one-shot going on.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The only thing I'm going to tell you all about that is I will be taking you all to school.
And
It's
I
gonna be
will be
exciting.
watching as I move into my house, folks. Yay!
Wow!
Excitement.
Abounds. I almost can't wait. Relax it on with your baby I already ate.
Yes, thank you, Richard. I don't think there's anything else.
No.
So
Get into it.
Yeah.
let's get into it.
Don't forget to tip our bard, like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be had in gales and floods, but if not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
We can't hear you.
I am muted. You are muted.
We're all muted. Oh no. Yeah. So where did we leave off last week? We left off with Mixinix and Smasher going to see Cephas. Mixinix being very blunt with Cephas and telling him how it is, which, you know, he's kind of not been a very good person in the past. And the other two, which we are actually going to start with tonight, stayed behind at the inn to do some tinkering, some adjustments to one of Valsor's arms. So we're going to just slide right in there
Crazy.
and catch up with what those two are doing. Yeah, you can totally slide, the tubing in. Anyway.
Excuse
So
you?
what are you
Gives me
two?
another
What are
idea
you
for
two
another
up to?
attachment.
Not without permission.
Anyway, I'm just
Somebody's
hearing
skinnier,
Zelda
but
laugh.
you go first. Because where we left off
Yes.
was, if I remember correctly, we were just drawing up plans, right?
Yeah, you had just drawn up some
Yeah.
You were
plans.
just-
Saw that you had enough materials to basically make a 3-barreled Gatling-like gun. It is
Yeah,
more
yeah.
pistol sized than anything, but arms aren't that big.
Yeah, I ask him to save material. Do you think you need a hand for this arm?
Well, I think it would be better to have a hand. It does come in handy from time to time. I still have my right one, but I am left-handed.
Okay, I make adjustments.
Although, if we had the right materials, we could just make a brand new one. We would need more, though. Perhaps we can start with the attachment. If need be, I can reconfigure this one to deattach the forearm portion.
Okay, I'm just like drawing shit out. And you notice that my handwriting is like really good. Way better than you'd expect.
Your handwriting is
legible.
really good. It's way better than I would expect.
Fuck you. Fuck you. How am I supposed to respond to that, Murray?
I don't know.
I just go, yeah.
Where did you get your guns?
They're my father's. It was the den of the last barony.
That means very little.
Den means father. Sheriff. Leader.
Now it makes sense. It is much like what a matriarch would be inside an orc colony. Or at the very least, the one I came from.
Drawn. And then I say, handwriting's because I'm educated. And then I like put stuff down, and I like literally I have like a sheet of paper over top of another, and like flip it back and forth, and there's like the inside and the outside of his arm. So like the inner mechanism and then the outer casing.
That is impressive. I have never done sketches like this. Usually it is just the pieces of metal, and I put it together.
Then let's get you some metal. I wonder if this everlasting inn has any wares for sale.
He did state that things were free here. Perhaps we can acquire a few of his cooking pots and reshape them.
That isn't bad. You might have cast iron.
That would be handy. Then perhaps I could make a cooking one as well. May as well
I
ask.
kind of, you see me like grin at that, and then I like step back and I like walk to the bathroom to grab my clothes, which may or may not be dry. They're probably not. Like come back out. I say, well then let's go.
When you grab your clothes, you notice that they are perfectly dry.
Gorgeous. While you're getting
I say,
dressed,
go ahead.
this car you mention, you sound like you follow it, but you don't follow it. You speak of it as if it is a higher power, but not a god.
Because that's what it is. I say, like, coming out, adjusting my shirt.
That makes very little sense.
It's a cosmic force. Whether or not it has a will is up for debate, but it does seem to do things in patterns.
So it is like saying, wherever the fates may guide me.
Yeah.
It is not fate that guides us. It is necessity.
Necessity is the axis in which the wheel of Ka turns.
Someday
Entropy, consumption, life, all of it.
a vicious cycle to be followed by all that lives and dies. In that case, I am not someone who can follow Ka, for I do not die.
Everything dies eventually.
One can only hope. With that, I'll go to the door, open it up, look at him and say, after you.
I fucking tighten up my belt and grab the vest and put it on and walk out.
All right, you guys are heading over to the innkeeper.
Yeah.
All right, when you
Well, good.
get into the core room, you see a heavily tattooed, bold individual sitting at one of the longer tables, far end of it, just sort of munching away at a massive plate just filled with all sorts of different meats. The innkeeper is currently at the back of his kitchen, adjusting some foodstuffs in a pot.
See what you can acquire from the innkeeper. I have another idea.
Okay. You said the innkeeper was this one, right?
Yeah, this one down here.
Yeah. Okay. I'll walk right here. And give him one of those.
He comes walking up to you and leans against the bench, looking over at you and goes, "How can I help you?"
Do you have any scrap metal?
Scrap metal. I can come up with some. What do you need specifically?
I say. And then I look down at the stuff. And then I tell him what I need. Because me in person don't know what I need.
Yeah, he listens and he kind of nods and he goes, "Well, don't specifically have that stuff right now, and it will take time to develop them. But if you have the means to be able to utilize pretty much any other kinds of metals, I can get you lots of metal of different kinds. It'll come in the form of cutlery and pots and pans right now, but I could get you that.
That'll
Equivalent
do.
of that amount. All right, cool.
How much?
Eh.
I say.
He does not actually answer you that question. He just seems to turn around and start gathering pots and pans, and he does like hold a lot of them at a time as he brings them back over to you. But you noticed as every time he puts them on the table, they seem to kind of shrink down into a manageable size, so that he has stacked what seemed like way too many onto one plate-sized location. It's very weird to look at. And then he looks over at you and he goes, nothing here costs anything.
So you say. And I pick up the plate and I turn around.
Valisor, you approach the tattooed individual, who looks up and he goes, a man made of much metal, but still organic.
And a man made of pure organic and no metal.
Aren't we a pairing?
I don't see how we could be. Some might say I am more metal than I am man.
And some might say I am too much a beast and not enough a man.
I would agree with them.
So, who are you? Because, you see, I've actually met someone a lot like you. But something about you strikes me completely different from him, so who are you?
I am Valisor Eleud. I know who you are. You are crew.
Yes. Crew. Valisor Eleud. Not a name I've ever heard.
Not a name you would like to hear. Although, you are more free than others.
That's a pretty accurate way of putting it, I guess you could say.
Just be glad you're not a demon.
Why is that?
Because your friendship with Smasher would not deter me from killing you.
Oh. It's more a brotherhood than a friendship. But at least friends for sure. But yeah.
What have you done with him?
Oh, I didn't do anything. He wanted to go see Cephas, so he went to go see Cephas. I just let him know how I thought it should work. And it seems to have worked, because he didn't come back through that door, and he points over at the door in the corner of the room that leads to the teleporter room.
Do you have any parts?
Like, for someone like you?
Yes.
He thinks for a moment. He goes,
He's got a part for you, alright?
no, I don't carry much. The only thing I do carry on me that is mechanical. And he pulls out what looks like a gun. Kind of looks handheld at first, but as he pulls it out and starts to put it on the table, you see it shift. And it's like the front portion of it shifts forward and out, and then bulks up a little bit and extends downward some. And you notice instead of one barrel, it has 6 barrels. Each one going down And he sets it down on the table, and it's bigger now that it's on the table than it was when he pulled it out of his wherever it was he pulled it out of from behind him, actually. And he goes, "That's the only mechanical thing I carry around, to be honest."
Where was it made?
A very peculiar small village in Ord, on a planet called Cain.
I'm not familiar. Perhaps one of the planes I will be traveling to next.
Well, from what I understand, demons in that place are vastly non-existent. So, if you hunt demons, I kind of don't expect you to go there.
Demons from my home world are non-existent as well, and yet that is why I travel.
Huh. He leans back a little bit and gives you another long look. So, I hesitate to ask.
Good.
But do you know who you hunt?
No. But yes. I do not know his name, but I know who he is. Do you have his name?
Well, that depends. Who is he?
A pit fiend. There are
Pit
13 lackeys, all with strange names. One of them is named... Oh shit, I forget every time.
Rebecca.
Thank you. Rebecca.
He sits there and thinks for a moment, and he goes, Now, I've only had dealings with 3 demons. Ever. One of them scared the life out of me. The other 2 were his... I think it was a he. Subordinates. And not a single one of them had a name as ridiculous as Rebecca.
Still deserving of being purged.
He looks you up and down again and kind of tweaks an eyebrow and goes, well, I think you might find some things are a little less black and white as you might think. But to each their own.
Speaking of life, how is it you have one?
Through, for lack of a better way of putting it, nefarious means.
As in...
Well, you see, my father Cephas fancied himself a god at one point in time and thought, if I can do this thing, then I would be a god. And he brought back to life a young lady who he had something of an obsession with, and then shattered her soul, and using one of the pieces of her soul, he gave me life.
So he knows the art of soul manipulation.
Yes.
Where can we find Cephas?
Well, if you go through that door, there is a little bit of a teleportation ring, which I came in on. I told Smasher to focus mostly on Cephas and on where his location might be. And I think that may have been able to be enough to take him there, on top of, knowing him and him being his father. Have you met Cephas before?
Personally, no. But I've heard his name plenty of times.
Well, it's a popular name, apparently. Yeah, looks over at you, Deshane, who at this point would have just picked up that plate. And he goes, "Do you know who Cephas is?"
Not really.
I mean, it's a little bit out of my way, but I can take you there if you want.
Why would we go there?
If Cephas is the creator of Smasher, he would have the parts we need. Not only
Now,
that,
That's
there is a
very true.
conversation I'd like to have with him, if he knows the art of soul manipulation.
Hey, I'm gonna roll an insight on you.
Go for
On the
it.
ace. On the ace. Gonna be a 17.
What are you looking
13
for?
on the die. Whether or not you actually want to have a conversation with him, or if you're gonna just straight up try and murder him.
It's a conversation. Definitely a conversation. There is probably a little slight desire to, just straight up murder Cephas, but you probably, with a 16, get the sense that it's not my place to kill Cephas. Not my job.
I'll take these to the room, and I'm gonna turn and go put that shit in the room and grab the rest of my stuff. And then follow you guys wherever.
The crew puts his weapon away and looks down at his plate, looks up at you, Valasor, and looks down at his plate, and then looks back at you, and he goes, "You might not want to see what I do next, because it's going to be disgusting."
I just stare right at him.
He chuckles, and then he picks up the plate, and he grabs his lower jaw and pulls it out, extending the whole thing as well as his throat. And then he just dumps the food in. And then he lets go, and it goes slowly back into place. And he puts the plate over on the counter in front of the innkeeper. And then he approaches the door.
Before he approaches the door, like right after he does that and then looks at us for our reaction, I'm just gonna lean over to Balasor and I'm gonna ask, is Mixie Nix with Smasher? And give him absolutely zero reaction.
Just leaning over as well. Last I saw, she was by the door. The direction he is heading.
She probably went with him.
Safe assumption. She doesn't like leaving us alone.
They still split the group, I say, as I...
Don't you know? You never split the party.
Exactly.
Following after.
Yep.
All right. He walks into said room and then directs the two of you to stand on the teleportation ring. And then
No.
steps on his... Go ahead.
In my world, these have only existed for so many years. It's still fun.
Yeah. I'm not particularly used to this form of transportation myself. And he steps onto it, and he sits there thinking for a moment. How does this work? Oh, right. And then you see him cast a spell, and the rings kind of start to glow, an almost greenish color. And you see a point on one of the rings kind of start moving, and you feel yourself kind of shift from where you were, and you find yourself in what looks like a bit of a it's a raised platform, and when you look out from this raised platform, you see what looks like a field of metal men, all standing at attention, not moving, not functioning, and completely silent.
I just tap Deshane on the forearm and say, "Told you."
The crew looks at that and goes, "Well, it's not as big as the last army he had." And he climbs down from the Diaz, and you see a floating mechanical object start approaching. It's got a lot of kind of cables coming off of it, and one of the cables has what looks like a camera on it, which it brings up to look, sees the crew, sees the two of you, looks back at the crew. You hear it emit a noise, and then it turns around and starts heading a different direction. And the crew looks at it and looks at the two of you, and he goes, "Follow that. It's going to take you to Cephas."
Oh, good. I'm glad you speak robot. I haven't learned yet.
Binary. I'm not going with you. I have somewhere else I need to be, so I'm going to go there instead. But you guys have fun. And he steps back onto the teleporter ring. And when he turns back and looks at the two of you, he winks and then disappears.
I didn't like him.
Get going.
Turn around and start following the robot.
The ribbit.
The rabbit. Oh, while we're following it, Deshane, why are you traveling with Mixie and Smasher?
Because we ended up in the same world, from different worlds. My guess is for the same reason.
You are following the will of Ka, then,
Yeah.
and it brought you to them. I believe I'm in agreement with you. Ka is
what?
there, guiding us, and that for us to plan is pointless.
Planning usually leads to a quicker death.
Then I'd like to plan more, please.
You do that.
Good. I will.
Keep on walking. Keep on walking.
The
By the way, that has to have been out of character. That had to have been the dumbest thing I've ever heard anybody say. Like straight up, like Deshane just said the most like ignorant ass dumb shit right there. Like just to be like an edgelord in BD.
you
What
follow
was the
the
dumb shit?
Hmm?
What was the dumb shit?
Planning leads to faster death. That is the dumbest thing you could ever say. Like
Oh, I mean, like long term, like being.
I
like,
know. I'm just saying, like, just as an edgelord sentiment, like, if you just take that abstract from anything else, contextless, that's like, it's just the funniest thing. Anyway, continue. I just was like, that wowed me.
Criticism all the time, folks.
Always
I tell you, I get no
Smasher.
respect at all. Hey.
All right, so yeah, you guys follow this floating metal object, and it leads you to a building. It's a warehouse building, and you can hear some voices inside. This is actually where Cephas, Mixie Nix, and Smasher currently are. And as you guys walk in, you can see Smasher and Mixie Nix currently talking with Cephas, and Cephas is currently holding a small glass vial in his or object in his hand that is glowing green. And he looks over and he sees the two of you walk in and he goes, "Ah, you must be the new one." As he looks you up and down, Balasor.
I have
Or
heard.
Smasher and Mixinix. I say, sorry.
They're right in front of you. That
Oh, are they
all
right in front
talking?
of me?
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I'm standing on
My brain was
Smasher's
somewhere else.
shoulders, looking very mom angry right now.
No, you got off of me at that point.
No, she's
No, because I
standing
had to keep eye level. I just turned from wolf into person.
Yeah.
I just continue to
Then
stand
I
on
just
your
walked
shoulders.
up to them and I let Balasor do his thing.
What are you guys doing here?
I have questions.
There's a little bit of a glow in Cephas's eyes, and he goes, "Ah, the crew brought you here. Good." And he's moved on. Even better.
You know it's dangerous to give flesh golems souls.
That would have been something you should have told a younger me.
You're not the first to do it.
There is what looks like operating table with a body on it, and this body looks exactly like Cephas, but more imperfect, because Cephas looks eerily perfect, kind of like he has some parts of him that might actually not be flesh. This creature, or this body, is definitely all flesh. It looks like a human Cephas. But it's not moving, and it seems dead.
Much like you were not the first to do that.
No. I met their previous companion, Callus. And that led me to all the answers I sought in the past. But something has stopped me from progressing further than this. Anyway, welcome to my operating location. We were in the middle of something, I believe. And yeah, finishes shutting off all the machines and turns to the lot of you.
Smasher's just kind of looking at newcomers, and honestly, a Smasher takes and grabs Mixinix and sets her on the floor.
Smash is like, "You're not on me anymore.
Nope.
You're on the ground now."
Sassy wassy.
And just kind of looking like, okay, so all right. So you have questions. I had questions. That's why I'm here.
Would you like to sit somewhere more comfortable?
I'm gonna start walking around the table and examining the body on the table.
He doesn't stop you. He does move to a door and just kind of leans against the frame of it as he watches you circling the body.
What seems to be the issue?
There is a process that involves the shifting of souls, per se, into clones, but that soul has to be from yourself. I am very well versed in this process, and yet I have found that in trying to do so with a body that is mine and me, there is a wall that just simply stops all soul processes moving forward. Other than that, that is a perfect replica of myself.
What is it you want from us?
Allies.
Good. Then I have a deal for you.
He leans forward and then glances over at Mixie Nix to gauge her reaction.
Big ass eye roll.
I know an individual who succeeded at what you are trying to do. Knows how to break that barrier. I know where to find him.
Go on.
Whatever it is my companions are looking for, you will help us achieve that. You will give me the name of the pit fiend that I am looking for, and his 13 lackeys. In return, we will assist as far as we deem fit, and I will give you his name.
I'm not a part of that we.
There are a few issues. For one being, I don't actually know any pit fiends. I don't like demons. I tend to kill them whenever they show up.
Permanently.
No. You can't really kill a pit fiend permanently without going where they come from. And I'm not keen on going where they come from.
There is a way. Have you ever used a spell called the Magic Jar?
Doesn't particularly kill anyone.
No, but it traps their soul.
Indeed.
And I look down at the body, and you seem to have an aptitude for flesh golems, and a need for an army.
Not an army of flesh. I have an army of metal.
Or what if this army of flesh could not die?
An army of metal does not age.
You say this,
Neither do the dead.
and yet you
Already
have met
played with the
Palace.
dead. Indeed. My goal here, Valisor, was to satisfy a curiosity. The fact that I have met a roadblock in this process is frustrating, but ultimately pointless. My true desire, specifically overall, and as he says overall, he opens his hands, and that small glass object that was glowing green starts to float and just kind of circle his head. Overall, I want to bring down and end what the first one is doing, which is why I need allies. It would seem he has found a way to stop me from leaving my current plane, which is one of the reasons why I thought perhaps I could make a clone, and my clone could leave. Frustration abides, but I still have friends.
It abides.
Now, you seek a pit fiend, and I seek a slightly more comfortable place to talk, so why don't you follow me? And he turns around and walks through the door that he had been leaning against.
Immediately follows.
I do too.
Lockstep.
I don't, because I am going to take an arm from these robots as parts.
There aren't any actual robots in this warehouse specifically. This is definitely full of machines that are all connected to that body at the center of it.
Okay, well, one, I'm going to whenever you want me to, look around this room to see if there are any parts I can use. And then 2, I'm just going to go use my Tinkerer's tools to literally just take the lower part of an arm off of one of the robots and shove it
That's
into my
standing
bag of
outside?
holding. Yes.
Okay. Roll an investigation for me. What about you,
Okay.
Mixnix?
I'm staying with Deshane.
Okay. She's like, I've had enough of this fool.
As we...
Yuna's personality seems to be popping.
13
Oh no, that's
investigation.
No,
entirely mixy.
Mixnix's.
That's entirely mixy.
I'm going to look around, and as I do that, I'm going to say, so what happened? Why are you upset?
I don't like him.
Yeah. Well, I could tell that, but why?
You've heard the things he's done.
I rolled a 13, but just so you know. He messaged me, folks. He was like, I forgot what you rolled. I'm going to say, well, yeah, I understand, but sometimes diplomacy is good.
While you are talking, you and investigating these objects, you notice that some of these machines, specifically one looks very familiar to you as being old world. Almost
What does it look like?
it's kind of cylindrical, but it's got a lot of thin, almost gold wires currently trailing the ground up to the table the body is on, and these are specifically plugged into the table itself.
Okay. I'm gonna quickly go get the arm before this guy comes back, and then I'm gonna look at that more.
Okay, you
I'm gonna look down at Mixnix and say, come with me. And then,
roll
yeah.
perception when you step up, and then we're going to shift to the other two. So hold on to that perception. You two follow Cephas out of the warehouse, and he walks over to another building, which looks a little bit more like house, I guess you could say. When he walks through the front door, though, it has at the back kind of a bar set up, open, with various forms of alcohol, none of them actually labeled, and a seating area that is circled around what looks like a large fire. But the fire doesn't have fire in it. At least it doesn't really look like fire. It does give us off heat, but it doesn't dance upward like fire does. It kind of just undulates and is colored more purple. Cephas walks to the back immediately and grabs a bottle of some amberish liquid and 3 glasses, and looks over at you, Valisor, and says, "Would you like anything to drink?"
Yes.
And he goes
Dry
and sits
martini,
down.
shaken, not stirred.
He goes and sits down, holding the 3 glasses and
Classy.
the amberish liquid. And he sets them on the kind of bench that the seating arrangements around where that fire is on top of. And he pours the amberish liquid into it and then slides it over to you and kind of just looks at you.
It'll do. Pick it up.
Are you gonna drink it?
Apparently not.
Okay.
I just hold it.
Then he looks over at you, Smash, and he goes, Anything in particular you would like?
Whatever you would choose.
Yeah, pours the last 2 glasses in and slides one over to you and picks one up and starts to sip at it.
Did he pour from the same glass? Like
Yes.
all of this liquid came from the same place?
Yep.
I'm just gonna like full tip back.
It's smooth. It doesn't taste alcoholic at all. And it's almost like you're eating or drinking a passion fruit smoothie, but not cold. But also there's a slight sour tinge right at the back of it that is pleasing.
Is it anything like having your brain smashed out by a gold bar wrapped in a lemon?
Not quite that harsh.
Okay,
but
just making sure.
It could be that harsh if
Gotcha,
you wanted
gotcha.
it to.
Okay, I was just wondering.
After seeing him sip from it, I will, just the mouthpiece, take a sip.
Tastes exactly like a dry martini, shaken, not stirred.
Baffling. You shake it so you can get the ice shavings inside the drink.
You don't see any ice shavings in the drink, but you definitely felt them.
I like this.
He kind of just puts the bottle in an easily reachable location and then says, "So, I have a lot of work I need to do when it comes to your group specifically. Let's start with the 2 of you. What questions do you have?"
I think Smasher's just kind of sitting with his hands on his lap, just excited that like this is going well, because he massively has not been having a great time with Mixie being like so absolutely accosting towards Cephas, and was absolutely expecting Valisor to come out just physically swinging or something. And Valisor's like ordering nice drinks and being super cordial, so he's just kind of sitting there like hands on his knees, just kind of like doing like little tapping, just like, this is going great, this is awesome. Just kind of looking back and forth between the 2 of them.
We need supplies.
What kind?
Now, to save time, I just start rattling off a bunch of different supplies. Empty, long tubed barrels, gears, explosive powder, long, kind of, basically describing missiles, and then shoulder mounts. I'm talking in a larger sense. At Smasher, you might get the sense that I'm talking about upgrading your shoulders, not mine. And in general, just a bunch of little biddies.
Master's just listening to like the thing going like, how is he gonna fit? Like, I've seen Callus do a lot of things. How is he gonna fit that on himself? That seems like a lot. Just completely going over his head. Just like, that seems like a lot.
See if it's through this process. You see occasionally his eyes kind of light up every now and then, and when you come to an end of your list, he nods and he goes,
Oh, my list doesn't end naturally. When I come to an end to the list, it is just a fluid shift and change into, and the name of the general of the Githyanki army.
"Oh,
And
we'll
his
get
location.
to that part here in a moment. First, those parts you just mentioned. Now, I've written down the list. I will keep it, and I will start to build on it. And I'll let you know as I get every part in. I'm a little short on pieces at the moment because I just used up my reserves. But more is coming in as we talk, so I'm sure I should have what you need before too long.
You have crew. You have individuals who travel the lands. Whatever information you gather on the demons here in Barovia, I would greatly appreciate receiving.
I'm not just in Barovia.
Then
Would you like
wherever
me
you
to?
are.
Okay then. And you said you're looking specifically for a pit fiend.
Yes. I do not have his name. But I do know he has a lackey named Rebecca. Rachel, whatever it is. Rebecca, thank you. Wrong every time.
Thank you.
Yes, I will start looking for her then. I would put the collector on it, but I believe him to be dead, which is unfortunate. I've not confirmed that yet, though. It's part of what the crew is here for. If he can find that information out, I'll have him shift to looking into the demon information. Have him find Rebecca for you.
The sooner
You
the
mentioned...
better.
Yes.
We need a demon private eye.
In the meantime, I've heard some things concerning demons, and I have a feeling there may be somewhere where they are a little more active. I haven't found out where exactly, and I intend to soon, seeing as he looks you up and down and he goes, seeing as I need allies, so if I'm going to ally myself with you, I might not want to seek allies in demons. I'll find out what I find out, and then I will let you know what that is.
Whatever allies you make with demons, if I am to work with you, I will just kill them.
Expected. You mentioned Githyanki.
It depends on what side of the field you land on in the war that is going on in Barovia.
Don't know of that yet, particularly. Only what's been mentioned recently.
There's an army of Githyanki, an army of werewolves, and an army of iron metal men. I assume that one is yours.
They're not in Barovia yet, though. I didn't really intend to send them there, because Barovia seems a little empty. Though if there are 2 armies, maybe it's not as empty as I thought. And he points at Smasher. You and Mixinix mentioned there are orcs there as well.
Mm-hmm.
The matriarch.
They're our friends.
If they are your friends, I would like to make them my friends.
They might have similar opinions as Mixie.
I didn't say it would be easy. In fact, I think I've said multiple times that it would be very difficult.
I believe in you, Dad.
At least someone does.
Sits there tapping my fingers on my knees still. Just excited. This feels like it's going well.
I have given you the information that I need. If you have anything for us, payment is ensued for what you deliver. I do not hold debts.
What are your opinions on the first one, Valzor?
I do not know who they are.
Good. Good. Well, I believe them to be a self-proclaimed warden of a prison. And while I came here willingly, I do not imprison myself here willingly. So the fact that they are now trying to keep me here against my will has me concerned. As such, I intend to end their machinations. Knowing what they are, nothing good can come from whatever it is they are doing.
What will you do when you get out?
Well, I think the first thing I will do is look into whatever this block is that is stopping me from cloning myself successfully.
I believe Valisor said he has a solution for that.
I'm going to haphazard a guess, Valisor, that the solution involves an individual named Marcus.
Yes.
I believe them to be Callus's creator, which means
They are.
I may very well end up finding Marcus and having a conversation with them.
Whatever you do, be careful.
I don't think he's going to have the answer I seek, though, because I do not believe what is stopping me from creating a clone is natural. I believe it to be divine in nature.
I stand up. Look at him. So was his. I begin to turn around and walk away, but I cast a message to him so Smasher does not hear this one. And to be clear, I am in agreement with Mixinix. I cannot think while he's doing that, sorry. I have more. I am in agreement with Mixinix. However, it is not my place to take care of you. Your future is already decided.
You do not get a response back from Cephas. But the whole time you are walking away, his eyes are glued to your back and they narrow.
And I finish with one more thing.
Go ahead.
And unlike her, I am willing to sacrifice what is needed to achieve my goals. Whatever it takes. And then I leave the room.
He calls me a fucking edgelord. This guy.
I don't. I mean, I do. But I also acknowledge the fact that I'm a fucking edgelord.
Just edging.
So edgy. And I go and find Mixinix and Deshane and leave Smasher to talk to Daddy.
These two are like circles. They're all edge. You know what I'm saying? All.
All right, so Deshane and Mixinix will come back to you, Smasher, with father. But Deshane and Mixinix, Deshane, the field before you has hundreds upon hundreds of robotic soldiers. You can see varying blips of floating objects every now and then, but there aren't any nearby you at the moment, so there should be no problem grabbing an arm.
I'm looking for one that's roughly the dimensions of
Valisor? Okay.
Yeah, I keep almost saying Calisor. My brain's like, that is not correct, but okay.
But is it wrong though?
But is it wrong? Though? Yes. Yeah.
They are all the same exact size. There's no variation in sizes.
Okay, fuck it.
And they seem
Are
to
they
be about the
all
right
kind
size.
of like a more advanced version of what I used to look like?
Yes, but the biggest difference is actually the shape of their head. It's not your head's shape. It's more like a flattened oval almost, and the eyes are further
Got
spread
you.
apart and bigger.
Yeah, I just walk up and I start fucking pull out my tools and I just eat.
Make a tinker's tool check for me, which I think is a charisma throw.
I believe so.
Tool
your,
plus it's tool
With
plus
my
proficiency.
Yeah, proficiency. That is tool plus proficiency because you are in fact tinker's tool proficient. So D20 plus proficiency. Not charisma. What did I think charisma for?
Oh, baby bird, that's a 22.
Oh, baby Babaluga.
Oh, baby Babaluga.
Hey.
That was a 22. You said.
Yes, 19 on the die.
All right. You take. At what point on the arm do you want? Right above the elbow or right below the elbow?
I'm gonna do in between. I'm gonna get like the bicep. That way we have extra material at the elbow. I'm literally getting like at the bicep. Cause
At the
right,
bicep.
that's where you're missing. Is at the elbow, right? Yeah.
No,
so
I'm actually missing.
You
You're
just
muted.
yourself.
I'm not muted, actually. I'm on push to talk.
Oh,
I just
push
forget
to
that.
talk.
Everyone else heard me. Hi, everyone. Straight up, elbow down. Whenever I move my arm, it is not elbow. It's shoulder.
Oh, shoulder.
Shoulder
Okay,
gets
then I
removed.
get all the way up. I get all the way up at the shoulder.
All right.
And before I get started, I open up my bag of holding and I set it underneath where the arm's going to be, and I step back. And then I go and I adjust the bag, and then I get started. I'm trying to make it fall directly into the bag of holding. I could just cinch it
Directly
up.
in, right in there. All right, you get started. You start taking it apart. About halfway through, you notice one of the blips that's floating, Mixie Nix, has turned and started heading your direction. But you do get the arm off before it gets to you and it falls into the bag of holding. And nothing stops you from that.
Okay, I quickly put the tools back, put it away, zip up the bag of holding, strap it on, and then I grab Mixie Nix and I pull her into the row of robots, and I push her to walk behind the robots back to where we came.
All right.
I just
if
follow.
you look, okay. If you look back, you notice that floating ball of metal with lots of wires coming off of it has approached the robot you just removed the arm from and has started to examine and adjust things on this missing arm.
We're hightailing it, by the way.
Okay. Where are you heading now?
Right
'Cause,
back to where? Right back
all
to
right.
where we were before.
In the distance, before you get to that little warehouse section, you see Valisor exit a house.
Okay, yeah. We go to join up with Valisor.
The two of them join you, Valisor. Is there anything specific you three want to do before we hop back over to Smasher and Cephas? Okay, we're gonna hop back over to them
I
unless.
was also going to take an arm as well, but you know.
We'll jump.
I
back.
went very quickly. I ask Valisor, left arm, right?
Yes, I also got parts for us. Should be coming in soon. Did you really take one?
Yeah.
Nice.
I motion for us to go back to that waiting room.
Alright, Smasher. After Valisor leaves, Cephas seems to sigh and kind of lean against himself for a moment. And looks over at you and he goes, "So what are your views on the first one, Smasher?"
Well, I'll be honest, I don't know a whole lot about the first one, but I don't have good feelings when anybody mentions him, when people talk about him. It doesn't seem logical. I've never met the first one.
Indeed.
I don't like that he's keeping you here.
I cannot be the only one that is in this situation.
If you get out, you can find Marcus, right?
Indeed.
In order to get you out, we have to stop the first one.
Well, there are some things I can do. But I'm not keen on going down those paths. So, yes, we do need to stop the first one. If I would like to leave.
Well, it seems your goals ally with my allies, with my friends. It seems at least Valisor would be happy to help you. The sooner we can help you, the sooner you can help us, right?
Yes. Well, I will help you nonetheless. Keep them close, Smasher. Skepticism in the face of individuals like myself is very important. Mixinix is justified in her feelings. I'm not moving from a good position.
I guess I don't really know a whole lot about you, do I?
He smiles and he goes, "Not yet. Not yet."
Well, it seems like Valisor ordered the things he needed, and I don't think Mixie wants anything from you.
Mm-mm.
I have a feeling that Deshane's just gonna try to take whatever he wants. He's kind of like that sometimes. If I could ask, some of the things on Valisor's list seemed like I had like a really good idea for me. And I was thinking maybe I would ask for a few of those things and that might help.
I will definitely get enough to upgrade the two of you then.
Ooh, more upgrades. If you need any assistance, I've learned a few things myself. I then pull out my super duper tool, super stupor tool, and like pop it open and just kind of like mending on myself to kind of like repair myself up and be like, hey, look, I can do a thing now.
Yeah. Cephas looks at the tool and smiles knowingly, and then nods and says, "It's good that you have that now."
Yeah. Well,
And then he stands.
Smasher stands, possibly hitting his head on the ceiling.
You don't actually. The ceiling is quite high up there.
Okay, that would have been fun.
Yeah, actually, the room itself is almost cathedral in size. He moves back over to the bar section and he puts back the bottle of amber liquid that he had, and he turns to you, Smasher, and he says, "There is so much going on, so much to keep track of, so much to watch. I'm not the god I once claimed myself to be. So it is not as easy to do all this watching as it used to be. So at times I won't be able to watch you while you are out there.
You've been
Don't
watching me?
meet as much as I can. Don't meet the same fate the Collector met. I still don't know what happened to him. I'd
Don't
rather
worry.
know.
Don't worry, Callus
that-
made me strong. Like big hand, big chest. Tunk, 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 tunk.
Good.
Can I ask one more thing? Valisaur
Yes.
seemed to really like that drink. Do you have any I can take with me?
He reaches back, grabs the bottle again, and then gives it to you.
I'll stash it in my bag. In the back of my head, going like, Deshane. Like, even though I'm peeved right now at Deshane, like the initial thought was Deshane would love this too, but now I'm angry at myself because I'm kind of angry at Deshane right now. So I'm in that kind of weird mixed, like, I still want to be mad phase.
Well, if
Teenagers
there's
are the
anything,
worst.
You're not here.
if there's nothing more you lot need, I am going to go rest myself.
Will you
There's
contact
one-
us the next time you need us, when we need you?
Oh, absolutely. And I'm never far from you, Smasher.
Because of this, pulls out the key.
No. And then you feel something deep inside of you, and suddenly you find yourself connected to Cephas in a way you weren't before, and you can hear him in your head say, all you need to do is call out to me. and
Is
I will
love.
hear.
All you need to do is love. That's not the lyrics at all.
Shut up, Deshane.
You're not here.
I should know
Oh,
the
man.
Beatles exist in my world.
That's true.
They don't in Cephas.
No. Feeling kind of. I mean, it's not the first time somebody's spoken in my head. I think at this point. So that's
No,
not
this would
the weird
feel
part.
distinctly
different.
Yeah, distinctly.
I guess I'll think back. All I have to do is think about you.
Yes.
That's kind of comforting. And that's that. I assume we will walk. If he's going to go lay down, I guess I'll see my friends out.
You know the way. And he moves to a
Just
Yeah, I
take it
do.
away.
I imagine I'm probably navigating everything outside of the room probably a lot better now. Just
Yeah,
kind of knowing
actually,
where I'm going.
You have an almost innate knowledge of the holes here, and when you leave the building, the other three have just turned and are now looking at you, basically, because you guys just got to that point.
Walk out the door, kind of look around and see them, and just kind of turn and start walking towards them.
Oh, yeah.
Cephas is resting now. He said he would let us know when the parts came in, Valisaur. Do I see Deshane carrying around this big ass arm? Is he like,
No, it's
Deshane, are you
like
hiding
his
it?
bag of holding.
You already put it in your bag? Okay. I was just wondering if you just like threw it over your arm and you're just like walking around with it or something.
No.
In that case, I can see us out from here.
Hold on. I need to look at something. And then I'm going to go look at that machine again. A little bit closer.
Which
I'm
machine?
looking for,
It's one of the machines connected to the body.
I'm looking for any, like, labels, like manufacturing labels.
I will assist him.
What I was gonna ask, it would like, I mean, I have innate knowledge of Cephas' stuff. Should I be helping?
Although, no, actually, I'm not proficient in investigation. Never mind.
Would I be able?
I'll just
Yeah,
assist.
I'll just kind of be like, what are you looking at, Shane?
Just trying to find something.
Can I help?
He's messaging me, folks.
It looks like you've already found something. Is there anything specific on this thing you have found?
Hold on.
I think he found it. He's not
Right.
replying.
He's just. Why is he just dodo walling us? He's just sitting there.
Hey,
Like, Well, the gunslinger's just not even looking at
hey,
us.
guys, do a Syrinscape ad real quick.
Syrinscape. Hey guys, if you really want to hear things that are cool while playing D&D, while they're on computers or not, Syrinscape.
Syrinscape is a
Syrinscape for
beautiful thing.
Syrinscape reasons.
Right, I actually have something mixy next. Just gonna look at you and, kneel down. Are you alright? I do not enjoy the aspect of working with Cephas. He is in that category of vile and corrupt. But of all the people that we could work with, he's the one that could see our goals finished sooner.
I guess that's where I run into an issue. My goal is spreading joy. That's all it is.
Then you are achieving your goal with each day you travel with us. For I have not had this much joy in my heart for over 200 years.
Glad to hear it. I think I need to understand your guys' goal a bit more.
In time, you will know more. For now, chin up and smile. It's not the same seeing you like this.
Factual. That's 1000% factual.
You're more well-traveled than I am. How do you think people would have information on us that nobody should have?
Because the Crimson King's eyes everywhere, I say, as I'm looking over.
Well, can
That
we
is
hear
one
them?
way. Another way that I know. I have information. Casting message with this word, with this little bit, on Cephas, and then out loud. That most people wouldn't either. But that is because of where I'm from. It is all a matter of origin.
I could understand one of us, but the amount of people we're encountering that knows something about all of us is becoming alarming.
I would agree. Perhaps that is a question for us to ask as we travel.
God, it's almost like we're the main characters of a story or something. I'm sorry, what? Did I break the immersion? I apologize.
Perhaps the next one we run into we can ask.
What was your vibe on the lovely, and I use
Bobbin.
lovely to be polite, lady in red that was at the end before?
peculiar. I did not have the time to fully focus on her. The inn was uncomfortable.
When they say lady in red, Smasher, you see my head like turn towards them and then back at the machine that I'm looking at.
I'm gonna whisper, kind of under my breath, if you had just come in the end, you would have seen her. And just kind of like go through and like pick at like try. I'm still trying to help him find whatever it is. Like, is this it?
Yeah.
Like just pointing at random things. Is this it? Completely under my breath now.
Deshane, while they're talking, you do actually find it. There is a label, literally saying North Central Positronics right on it, and then underneath it N.C.P. and a number, but the number has been filed away.
Been scratch.
I'm gonna wipe the grime away with my thumb. I'm just gonna say, no coincidences. And then
Is it?
I'm gonna say to Smasher, kind of quietly, it's a company from my world. At least it used to be.
We'll see if this is really old. Who knows the places he's been?
Yeah.
I mean,
I think he's been a lot of places.
come to find out, I've been a bunch of places myself, so who knows? Like Cephas said, you live a long life. Things get jumbled.
Well, the lady in red definitely wasn't whatever race she was presenting herself to be. I don't remember anymore. Her book was made out of skin, came alive when I grabbed it, and she turned into something. She smelt bad. She smelled real
Like
bad.
what?
I remember saying that her roses smell like shit, but I don't think it was actual shit that I was smelling. I think it was a little bit more.
It is very likely she could have been a succubus,
Ding, ding, ding.
which is a demon. It is a very good thing I wasn't in there when this was revealed. For her.
Yeah. She knew more than she should have.
Then perhaps we should go and try to find her.
She used the circle.
That's
Thinking
going to
of
be
making
difficult.
plans about where we're going next. That's what we need to do.
Shane is right. But first, I suggest we return to the inn and rest for the night. We have fought two difficult beings in the last 24 hours. I, for one, am almost out of arcane energy. I need to recharge my limbs. The battery is running low.
I'll be perfectly honest. I can only get angry like 2 more times today.
I'm fine, I say. As I like turn and
Insight
walk
check.
to...
Yeah, I want one on that one too.
17.
Yeah, I'm a fighter. All I need is just
15.
short rest and I get everything back.
I'm a fighter
So-
too.
Yeah, but do you get
One of many
everything
things.
An
back?
artificer.
Hey, Deshane,
Or
were
do you just
able...
get your attacks
For the
back?
most part.
Deshane, were you able to get a bath?
Yeah, thank God.
Was it
I mean,
good?
He looks good and he smells great. I mean, look at him.
Right,
Look at
you see,
Deshane right
there's-
now.
There's no
He smells
grime
great.
or dirt on my skin at all right now.
I was trying not to smell. I wasn't sure if the senses would be attacked, you know. I think I might grab myself one of those I also
highly
do
recommend.
think, however, we should still take shifts, but our shifts should be watching the circle.
Agreed. Actually,
mean,
If you guys
I
think
can-
that's best.
just
Smash
sit
it.
in the circle the entire yes.
That's actually what I was going to suggest, is you and I could just sit in the room or sleep in the room for the night.
It's as comfortable as anywhere else.
It's better than I've ever slept in for
We can do that.
a long time.
I know notoriously my perception is not as great as we'd like it to be, but you know, if Valisor here pats his back like really hard, like tunk, cling, is helping, then you know
Sounds like the Taco
that should
Bell
be-
song.
yeah, no, seriously, tung. It should be a lot easier. Like I'm acting way more comfortable with Valisor than I have this entire time.
And that's the plan. Balasor, I'll work on the plans for the arm.
Good. It'll come in
What?
handy.
You've
Handy.
made that
Tung,
joke
tung,
3
tung.
times now. And I think
is the first time I've heard it.
And that it doesn't get funnier the more you use it.
What are you talking about, Deshane? That was hilarious. Tung tung.
I don't understand.
Hand
I'm not
Handy,
drunk
it's-
enough for this.
arm
Let's
hand.
go, let's go.
It's handy.
Let's go.
I just start following
This
Mixie.
Handy.
starts hurting
It's-
you guys.
No,
out
no,
of the building.
Valisor. It's handy.
No.
Following. No,
So I'm
Valisor.
not
It's like
understanding the whole time.
it's like no, like how you have a hand, but like it's your arm. It's going to be hand. It's going to be a hand, but it's going to be handy because it's hand.
It's a pun.
Right. It's
A play on
hand.
words.
So as we're walking, we're just trying to vehemently explain this to him while he's just like, I don't understand.
His race is completely illiterate. Puns just go over his head.
And Snasher,
Of course it wouldn't. I can catch it. Yes, Mixie?
I want you to know I apologize to you for being not the most welcoming to someone you care about.
Dad said you were right. Dad said you were right to be angry. I'm sorry I got mad at you.
I get it. I just want you to know things are getting out of hand in ways that are starting to scare me. And everything I've heard about him tells me to either run the other way or destroy him.
All of my experiences with him has been him helping us. He's done nothing but take care of us. So, though I appreciate what we hear on the road, all he's done is take care of me. I have to know what I've experienced, right?
I guess. I just want you to know that I still love you. Even if you do just call me your friend.
I mean, look, I was flustered. I'm sorry.
She just hugs your leg. I just hugged your leg.
I reached down and just like kind of like pet the head and then just kind of offer the hand on the ground so she can stand up on it and I can put her back up on my shoulder.
She takes it.
I love you too, Mom.
You guys find yourself coming up to that raised platform with the teleportation circle on it. But yeah, by the way, the point where you had taken the arm, there are like now 13 or so metal balls just floating around it, and now traversing through the whole of the field of metal men. They seem to be searching for something.
I just walked past as if
Professor,
nothing.
let's go. Come on.
Do I get
Professor-
any sense
Professor-
with my connection to Cephas? Do I get any sense of what they're trying to do?
No. This seems detached from Cephas, so they
Okay.
might be just automating at the moment.
Okay, then I pay it no mind. 1,000%. I'm just paying attention to them then.
Perfect.
What could possibly go wrong? I'm sure everything is going exactly as it was intended and planned. There's nothing going wrong here.
Now, it should be really easy for you guys to get back to the inn, but I do still have to roll a percentile dice. Is there anyone who would like to attempt to use the teleportation circle?
It's definitely not me.
I'll do it. I've used it before.
Mhm.
What would you like me to roll?
Just a percentage die.
Percentile.
Percentile die.
Okay. You know what? I'm box of doing this. Give me 2 seconds.
the box.
Syrinscape,
Well, hey,
folks.
everyone. Yeah,
Uh,
Syrinscape.
For all of your almost went TTT-RPG. Almost said tabletop table RPG.
Okay, so
Anyway.
here's the deal. I'm a 3D printer, and I made a new dice tower recently. It looks like this.
Oh, yeah.
Holy
Nice.
Patolies, that thing is gorgeous.
I 3D
Look at
printed.
that.
It is multiple pieces, all the way down up to the top. Even inside, you have your little knight guy in there. It was a
That
whole
is
different.
gorgeous.
Just came hot off the printer. I molded the metal around it
Hot off the
myself
press,
recently. So we're gonna go ahead and, because we've been talking about giveaways, be 3D printing some D&D stuff for the channel. We'll see.
Let's roll a nat 1 on this. That way we give away a cursed dice tower. Let's go, folks.
All right, we are sitting. Oh, I had too many dice in the way, so one of them cocked. We'll go ahead and rethrow that. A 36.
36. That's good enough.
Put that away.
There's a little
think it's
flutter, and as you guys are teleporting or moving, it's like you are being shoved. Deshane, you catch a glimpse of something. It is like looking into an empty space filled with towers. And right at the center of these towers is one you know all too well. And then you find yourself back at the inn, in the room of the teleporter. Boom.
All right. Well, we know what the plan is. We'll meet in the morning. Figure out where to go next. We have the key. We have the doll's head, and we have this
Doll's head?
Don't you
Yeah.
remember, Mixie?
the doll's head. I reach in and
Right
show
after-
you the creepy doll's head, and you hear this like weird tune, as if it's one of those boxes that like has the crank on the side, creepily as I hold this up.
I drink
it
a
is
lot. My memory can be kind of
shady.
at times.
Oh, that's right. Reach into my bag. Did anybody want one last drink before you went to bed? And I pull out what Valisor would recognize as the container that held the alcohol he was drinking earlier.
Yes.
Bowser's immediately like, give it!
I'm sure Mexinix and I wouldn't mind.
All right, I'll see if I can't remember how this works. We'll go into the main space now, since we're back on roll 20. We'll walk back out into there. Is there somebody new in this space? Or...
Yeah, not particularly new to the area, but you guys all recognize her as being the girl from the tower, the wizard.
Wallace!
She is,
You
yeah,
responded to Wallace at least.
yeah. She's currently sitting, scarfing down a plate full of fish. Freshly cooked fish with some seasoning on top of it. There looks to be like 3 or 4 fish on this plate that she's just consuming.
I'm gonna make sure that there's a bath ready in the room, and then I'll come join you for the drink.
I'll go and grab glasses and lay them out for everyone.
I am following Mixie. And then after realizing what she said, going, oh, I'm not for, I'm setting an alarm around your room to designate whether or not someone unwelcome enters into it.
Perfect.
I'm doing the same
Pick a
for
room
the
for me
Shanes.
then. You can pick the room for me.
I'm
Don't
not
forget
very
this
good
room
at
right
decisions.
Is your
The Shanes. Yeah.
I want the door. How about the one closest to the front door? Not the door to this room, but the one to the outside. So.
Left side or right side?
We'll go left, I suppose.
Okay.
Sinister side.
I'm gonna set an alarm to...
is this one right here?
Doesn't that mean you can set an alarm in the teleporter room as well?
Yes.
This is left.
Yeah, this
Right?
is the left right here.
I was straight up thinking this one. Because I was thinking while walking this way.
Oh,
That works. That works.
Yeah.
That works. Yeah, there you go.
Left and right. Perspective.
Perspective.
Life is about perspective.
So as I skip over to the innkeeper. Hi, Wallace!
She as she's eating, she suddenly starts coughing and looks up and sees you guys and goes, "Oh shit!
I'm so sorry!
Oh, you're fine. I should
Runs
slow
over
down."
to start patting her back.
Having to jump up to do it. Jumping up and pat.
She takes a big drink and she goes, "Oh my! Thanks, Mixie. Yeah,
No, didn't mean to try and kill you.
no, that's fine. That's fine. I was really enjoying this. I mean, I still am. But hi." She puts it down and starts scarfing again.
Okay, she's okay. I go and order the bath.
The innkeeper lets you know that a bath will be prepared in a room of your choice, which is
The leftmost one.
of which he doesn't seem to really particularly take notice to which one you choose vocally. He just said a room of your choice and then continued to do what he was doing.
I also finally grab a plate of food.
Oh yeah, and there is plenty there. There's also what looks like a fresh plate of fish that was cooked up.
No, going for French toast or toast.
There's
And-
definitely French toast on there.
I mean, it almost looks like this might be a feast, fit for a hero or something.
Heroes feast.
Not quite yet at that degree of cooking, but given that he has been introduced to such a thought previously, he has been looking to get that good.
Oh. This is where I think, in a campaign setting like what we're running, the chef feat would actually be really killer.
I almost got it because I almost picked it, but I had to get myself movement speed instead.
Right, no, that's fair. It's just that would be really good for what we're doing.
I almost did too, because house husband.
Right?
I'm gonna walk up to the fish and I'm gonna get my face up next to it and I'm gonna go and sniff test it. And there's this look on Deshane's face.
It smells. If you like the smell of fish, this is probably a ridiculously good smelling dish. You can even smell a hint of lemon, and as you're smelling it, you're like, "That's salmon."
A little bit of lemon, a little bit of garlic, maybe some
I'm gonna
asparagus.
say out loud, "Oh, good lord! Oh, you're about to make me bust."
Sorry, I'm doing myself a
I-
foodgasm.
I say out loud. I thought the most surprising part of these other worlds was it's the food. It's the purity of the food, I say, as I pick up a plate of this fish and I go sit down.
Well, you said something about like two-headed fish before or something like that, didn't you?
Yeah, there's like
Yeah.
two-headed cows and like
Because it's like
really fucked up
nuclear
shit from my
fallout
world.
shit. Yeah.
Are you joining the wizard?
You don't want to know what lives in the oceans where I come from. No, I'm gonna go to the table that we were gonna stand
You're
around and drink
Yeah.
at.
yeah.
So yeah, well, they're all kind of doing that. I'm setting glasses up around the table, waiting for them to get back so I can pour them the drink.
All right. They are all there now.
So I'm gonna stand up and try to remember how Cephas did it because I feel like there's an order to things. And I'm gonna look at start with Valisor and be like, "What would you like?"
Dry martini, shaken, not stirred.
I'm gonna think about those words and I'm gonna pour his glass. Mixie?
Surprise me, not ale.
I'm gonna try to just think of the last time Mixie drank something she really enjoyed, and I'm just gonna try to focus on that thought and pour,
Comes out coffee.
and then right, something like that.
Coffee and Irish cream.
And then Deshane.
Look down at my plate of fish and I'm gonna say, well, now that I have a meal, a white wine, perhaps, surprise me, I say.
I think about white wine and pour in. I'm sure it all looks the same, right?
It does all look the same, yes.
Yeah. I'll pour it in, and then for myself, I'm gonna think about what Cephas served me and pour myself that.
Oil.
Basically.
All right.
Yeah, it's literally just like
It's just motor oil. It's it's
What-
5W. It's 5W40. It's good.
Exactly.
It's fine.
But it's got an olive in it, you know.
Yeah,
No.
dry. Dry.
I like
course.
nut.
Valisor. Yeah. Valisor, you when you take a sip, it is exactly what you asked for. It is a dry martini, shaken, not stirred. You can even feel the ice, even though you don't see it in the drink.
I need that recipe.
Does
Makes
my
sense.
bottle
Vanilla
feel
goblin.
any? Does my bottle feel any lighter?
I mean, it looks like you've poured a couple glasses out of it.
Okay, cool.
It doesn't particularly feel lighter, though.
Okay.
With your well-trained abilities as a mechanical object, though, you do note that it is a little bit unnoticeably lighter.
Okay.
Mixinix, when you take a sip, there's a strong taste of coffee, chocolate, and cream.
Grim.
And all of it seems to flow together perfectly and just smoothly. Almost like it's not quite alcohol, though you do know
She got
it is
herself a white
definitely
Russian.
alcohol.
That's what she got.
Literally.
Literally.
Where did you get this?
With Godiva.
Oh, well, when I was sitting with Dad in Valisor, he poured us some drinks, and Valisor seemed to really like it, and I thought maybe you guys would like it too. So I asked for it. As I slug mine.
It is the same drink you had gotten from Cephas the first time. There is, however, you notice as it's flowing down, there is a slightly sweeter tinge to this one, almost like it was made for more of a child.
Mm-hmm. I get what you're saying. Yeah. Cherry flavors.
Deshane. Yeah, more
Shirley
cherry
Temple.
flavoring. Yeah, Shirley Temple. Deshane, yours tastes like a perfect pairing for the fish of which you are eating right now. A white wine.
You two, Smasher and Mixinix,
A little bit of a Chardonnay.
Yeah, exactly.
Buttery. Very buttery.
Valisor is not. When I eat, there's like this ravenousness that comes over. It's like there's like this film that comes over Deshane's eyes, and he just like eats as if it might be the last time he gets to eat.
It almost looks exactly like the young lady over at the table is currently eating like.
Okay.
Can
I definitely need to get better at cooking. This can't keep happening. You need to stop and enjoy it, Deshane.
I
I
am
promise there'll
enjoying
be.
I like snapping too. I am enjoying.
I'm pretty sure organic organisms need to breathe still. Deshane, you still need to.
Well,
He seems fine. He seems fine.
my
There's another fit of coughs from the wizard in the corner.
She's like choking on her.
my daughter could hold her breath for up to 4 minutes. So, at the rate he's going, the plate will be empty by the time he needs to breathe again.
Don't worry, he'll get more. I've seen it.
My lungs produce oxygen for me, so... Well, one of them does.
You should get that same upgrade I have. No lungs in here.
I just point at my left side. I do.
After eating my fill, and I'm gonna sip this drink. I was expecting it to be like a shot, and it's not. It's something I'm sipping, considering the flavor and everything. So I'm just gonna walk over to Wallace and pat her back as she's coughing again.
Her plate is clean. Like, there isn't a morsel of food on it. Not even the bones are left.
I mean, licked clean.
Yeah, licked clean. And she takes another drink, and then she looks over at you, makes a nix, and goes, "Huh. So you found the ever-present inn?"
Yeah, want a sip? Offers my cup.
Oh, sure.
Ooh, what?
So she takes a sip, and there's kind of shock on her face for a moment.
What does it
And she
taste like
looks-
to you?
She looks
I wanna
down
know
at
too.
it, and then she looks up at you, and then she looks down at it, and then she goes and hands it back to you and goes, "I have never tasted that flavor before, so I'm not sure what flavor it is, but it's sweet. It's strong. It's smooth."
Creamy? Chocolatey?
Chocolate. Yes, it's
Coffee?
chocolatey.
Coffee?
What is coffee?
You have any?
Pulls cup. Remember, I poured out all the wine bottles and filled them.
Why?
up?
I thought you still had some.
Oh yeah, yep. Pull out.
Got a lot of coffee still.
Pours in. Gets a cup. Pours her a cup of coffee. It's cold, but I think you'll still enjoy it.
Some people like cold brew, man.
She sniffs it, nods, takes a sip, and goes, "Oh wow," and then takes another sip and goes, "Ooh, this is really good. Thank you."
Ask for
Coffee.
hours on that shit.
It tastes strongly of this chocolate and cream.
So it has something to do with while it's being poured. It's not the person who's drinking it. Cool. Science!
We've all learned something today.
Yes, as science teaches you, one experiment and done, folks. No
That's right.
needs of further experiment.
That's right. We don't need a line. We just need a dot.
You definitely don't need to experiment with the hypothesis that at least 32 times to be able to actually have a derivable statistic behind it. No, definitely not.
No,
Just
science
once-
is about
once and done,
anecdotal
once and done.
100
evidence.
times to be safe.
It's what we
Get
call a
outta
one
here.
pump chump.
Science is about anecdotal evidence. We all know this and agree on
Absolutely opinion, entirely opinion, all the way, all the way,
it.
all the way.
100%.
Why are you... You're far away from your tower.
Yeah, After you guys came and visit and I turned off that speed moving spell in it that my ancestor had created, kind of thought to myself, why did he do that? So I started exploring the tower, and I kind of thought, well, why not explore Barovia as well? And since I sent you guys this direction, I thought, well, I'll look over there first. And I saw this building. This building. She points at the building you guys are in, and she goes, I saw this building. And it's kind of positioned weird. So I thought, I'm going to go look at that. So I teleported myself to the building. Thought I was teleporting to the main entrance of the building, but there's a teleportation circle in the building, so I ended up there instead. And yeah, there was food here. Lots of food.
So, do I have to keep calling you Wallace? Is there another name?
No. I am. Actually, that's one other thing that I've been working on while I've been walking around. I hate that name. I don't want a name that has a W in it anywhere. But I kind of gotta come up with a new one, so don't really know what to call myself yet.
Do you like flowers?
She gives Valisor a look.
Steve.
And she looks up back at you and she goes, oh, flowers are nice, but
That's a
they
no.
tend to die.
In the wrong hands, maybe.
I don't have a green thumb.
Trash.
That's fair. What does she look like? I want a description of her.
So, you remember her ancestor being not that great to look at, and then the guy in the picture being quite horrible to look at. She's the opposite.
I thought it was backwards. I thought the guy in person was hard to look at, but the guy in the painting was at least a little bit better. Am I remembering things backwards?
Yeah, the guy in the painting's the one who's supposed to be hard to look at because he's really ugly. The guy that you guys first met in the tower was supposed to be completely plain, like nondescript. So you could tell he was a descendant of the guy in the picture because similar in looks, but not as ugly. She's the exact opposite. She's actually very pleasant to look at. You wouldn't particularly say beautiful, but at the same time, when you do look at her, you can't help but just admire her features.
What color is her hair?
At the moment, it is a kind of reddish brown, and it falls to about just under her chin.
How about Ikalawo?
She looks back
Ikalawo.
over at you, Valisor, and she goes, "Where do you come up with these names?"
Well,
Seems
Angelica
very
was
vowel-heavy.
the name of my daughter.
Oh,
Ikalawo is Wallace backwards.
no thanks.
I don't see how those two are related. Also, that seemed vowel heavy.
How about Rosalav?
Well, you've said the name Rebecca a few times.
No. We want to kill Rebecca.
She leans into you, Mixinix, and she goes, Is your half-metal friend okay?"
Good distinction.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
It's not okay. Okay. 'Cause those are some really weird words he's saying over there. I was really just thinking of something like Kim
Silak.
or
That's one.
Sylvie?
Sylvie.
Evelis.
I like Sylvie.
Janessa.
You know what? You can call me Sylvie from now on.
Genasi. No, that's a race.
Her name is
Wait.
Sylvie!
Races can be names too.
Break up this monotony. As I finish eating, I like slap my plate forward, and I'm like, by God, there isn't a fish in the clean sea that tastes that pure and that good, I say. And I finish off my wine and set it down.
You should take some with you.
We might.
She continues to drink at her coffee as you guys sit there.
I mean, Valisor brought you food, right?
What was your ancestor able to fix the room with the spring in it? It had like a fountainy spring. It was kind of destroyed. Might still be destroyed.
The regeneration room. Yeah, the recovery room. Yeah. No, I don't know which one fixed it, but one of them did. I didn't have to fix it.
Do you know the magic and/or science behind that? And how we can make like a travel one?
She looks around the room that you guys are currently in, kind of sizes up the innkeeper, and then leans into you and says, do you trust that guy over there? Because I'm not sure I trust him.
He's a little flat.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with being flat.
Flat people are suspicious, she says while she looks over at Valisor.
This whole place that we're stuck in is wonky.
Yeah. To answer your question, yes and no. Yes, one could create a device that can give you access pretty much from anywhere to a regeneration room. No, the room itself cannot actually be moved.
Is it the room itself that does the regenerating, or is it like a magical item in the room?
It's a very delicate balance between all the above. Because you see, the room needs to have a lot of magical runes set up around it so that the magic that's used in the room permeates throughout the whole room. And then the stone that is in the center of the fountain. It doesn't have to be a fountain, but it is usually a fountain. But the stone that's in the center of that, that is specifically supposed to be infused with healing magics that get regenerated by the fountain itself, which is a magic circle that continuously builds just healing over and over and over again.
So what if we get like stones and put the runes on the stones and we place them in like a room shape, and we have like the magic circle that can travel, and we just kind of like construct a room.
Mixie, we can always go back. And then I'll hold out my key. I mean, we need a lock, unless this lady can bypass the idea of actually needing a door. As long as we have a door, we can always go back to the castle tower.
It seems like a lock to ask.
A lock to ask.
My senses are telling me that my evacuation tubes are full. I will be right back.
That seems inconvenient.
I have to pee.
We're actually going to go on break here in a moment.
Break, please. Let's go.
She's gonna lean into you. She's gonna lean into you, Mixie Nix. Smile, and then we're gonna go on break, and we'll be right back.
Bye. See you guys in 10 minutes. There's gonna be cool videos and stuff that play. Bye.
Commercial. Stay tuned for the commercial break.
Don't forget to tip your local bard. Like and subscribe.
Like it.
Identification number?
Searching for a wallet. Does he have a wallet?
No.
Tattoos on his wrists. Forearms.
Nope.
Yeah, this is TK421.
I knew it was coming.
Let me paint this picture for you so you understand this. The queen has a flawless AR of 18 as well.
Oh my goodness.
So you got lucky just to hit her.
Oh my god.
And she has 1,000 total damage capacity, which means you outright killed her right away.
Kinda wanna do some vamps just so we can kill some things.
That red powder mist going everywhere. Cook shows back up in the normal world at 9 a.m.
Oh, that was fun.
Hey, hello again. Welcome to another episode of Nightbane, where we see who dies this week.
Hello, everybody. Hey, folks. Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
It's like now I can't go a day without flossing. Like if I don't floss that morning, I'm like, people know. They know. I know. It's like,
This is dental hour.
Oh, yeah.
Laugh, love, and I love it.
Build our home, searching every star, every world. And just when all hope seemed lost, message of a new discovery drew us to an unknown planet called Earth.
where he's like,
Here's the thing. I don't mind a movie coming out and it not matching the book or the series or anything like at all. I'm saying this right to the camera. I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
oh no.
Yeah,
we have to
I
shut
said
this
it.
down right now. No. You need to just shut Streamlabs off, unplug your nope.
Too late.
Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love, the show where we talk about movies.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hey, whoa.
Yes, good stuff.
Why am I so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
He deserves it.
What are you doing?
No,
Go that way.
Straightforward. Now left. Now
Now
left.
go to the left. Yeah.
Now
no, right
straightforward. Right in that nook.
Yeah.
Right in that
Now
nook.
look up.
Now jump.
Jump up.
There we go. Good Christ. What was that? 15 minutes? Woo!
We're good. You're doing great. Great. Bring him up. Bring him up. Red. No, don't drop me. Whatever you do, don't drop me.
That is
My slimy mucus ball. I
you
think
have
that's
to
what that
feel.
is. These are germs.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, for sure. That's mucus. That is snot. That is all over that bowling ball, folks.
Repulsive.
Oof. Everybody knows if it's
Nope.
green and it's slime,
You went that
it's
way.
booger time.
Such is the way. Did you get that in like? Do they have fortune cookies here?
Fortune cookie.
There are cookies,
That's a hard no.
and I have found myself fortunate to eat them on occasion.
Oh. And I'll say, fear the dread pirate claw.
Your little satyr kids. The
Still
tail.
alive in 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, same. I say,
Satyr tots.
let's go talk to Brolog. I got some news.
Satyr tots.
Satyr tots.
Hashtag Satyr tots. I love that.
Hula pit. All right, well, Prologue will embrace the handhold and give him a little shoulder pat.
Okay, as we take a few steps with our arms swinging back and forth, I'm gonna say out loud, Prologue, that's not what I meant.
Have you found my cheese? It slipped off my crackers.
Oh.
I still have my crackers though, thankfully.
I would ask a Joffrey about that.
Does he not know, speaking to Aberrat, that there is no try? Do or do not.
Oh,
Jesus.
no.
Beautiful man.
If not, he will soon learn.
Close to the camera. There you go.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Owlbear Inn, where we play TTRPGs and have a hoot.
And we're back.
Are we back?
Are we? Hello!
Let me just choke on air. On air.
It's got bones in it, folks. The ear's got bones in it.
Bones.
Oh dear.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
So catching up back to where we were, she just leaned in and smiled at Mixie Nix. And She goes, I think you might be onto something. At the same time, what is that you've got there, Smasher? Because you were holding up the key.
This is... I guess you could call it a master key?
May I?
Mixie?
I trust her. If you want, I will have it in my hands, and she will
No,
get to look at it.
if you trust her, I'll very, very, like, here. And just kind of, like, hands it, and just kind of, like, is ready to get it again.
She seems to hold it gingerly for a moment as she looks it up and down, turns it around, feels it, and then some sigils appear around her. Some runes actually appear around her. This is an interdimensional gate key.
I guess if I would have cast Identify, I probably could have explained it like that as well. But yeah.
Well, I didn't quite cast Identify. I mean, it was essentially Identify. It was just modified to tell me more about not just the magical properties, but also the mundane properties of this thing. Because surprisingly enough, this is mostly mundane, and very little of it is actually magic.
That makes sense.
I guess. Actually, I can just
connect
here.
To the seat.
Do you have this already written down? She points at the current gate.
I have all the
number
addresses saved to memory.
Perfect. She messes with it. Here's what I'll do, Mixinix, since this will make it way easier. I'm just gonna key you into that door specifically, so you guys can just go there whenever you need to, as long as you have access to a door with a lock.
Does it have? That's the problem, though. Like, we're traveling a lot. And, like, we're lucky we have found the inn when we did, because...
She hands the key back to you, Smasher.
And sometimes we need a good, solid rest, but we just don't have the time to
Is there...
do it.
Is there a way... I guess this seems...
The door.
Well, right. Is there a way to take a door with us to places? Like... I wanna...
I mean, you guys have bags of holding, right? Yeah, just pull a door off a door frame, or actually rather pull the whole frame as well with the door. Put it in your bag of holding. As long as that door has a lock on it, that'll work.
So simple.
I lean
Also,
over to Deshane and say, I think she's trying to frame us.
Okay, even though I understand that one, and I think you're doing it on purpose now.
Just gonna say that. Smasher didn't hear that.
She then kind of just gestures to the end and goes, "This place is anomalous," which is just makes it more suspicious. There's nothing really right about this place, but there's nothing at all wrong about it either. And,
so it's a neutral space?
Yeah, I'm to a little more and a little less door needing or door heavy side of things, Mixinix. I'm gonna look a little more into this place specifically because I feel like whatever is happening here can be expanded on. And you know how my tower has rooms upon rooms upon rooms in it?
I've hung upside down more than 100 feet in the air.
Yeah.
From that tower.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's true.
There's a lot of stuff in my tower. I feel like there are some aspects of this inn that are similar to that of my tower. The biggest difference is it doesn't look like a lot of things are layered in the same manner. So that's where I have to learn something new myself. But if I do, I might be able to set that room specifically up here in this tavern and get you guys a way to be able to come directly here whenever you need to rest.
Well, it would stand to reason that if you allowed us into your tower with the key, and you also had a teleportation circle in said tower, then
Which I do.
then one is just a means to the other.
Which, you're right, but that only really helps people who know that I have a teleportation ring in my tower, which would be you guys. I mean, what if I meet other people who have never been to my tower before? Or don't have a key like what you've got?
Oh. Then they need a portable teleportation circle.
Or some means to be able to easily get here if I have found a way to connect the healing room.
I need to learn to make it portable.
Yeah, portable teleportation ring or something.
Those are all really good ideas.
Right?
I mean, I could do the mechanical side of things, but that's pretty
Smasher?
powerful magic.
Do you still have the old gem from the old shrine? You remember? You and Callus broke the thing, and do you still have that stone?
We didn't break. Oh, we did break it. We did break it. Yeah, I still have it. I'll dig in my bag and grab it and pull it out.
Can I play with it?
Oh, yeah.
Sylvia kind of looks at it. Huh. So, were you guys the ones that broke that room then?
It was an accident. And we didn't mean to do. We were. It was a while ago, right?
I got this. Smasher and our previous companion were very curious beings, and in their investigations, accidentally broke it.
I mean, even if you guys had
accidentally was a stretch, but okay.
I mean, even if it had been on purpose, I read the reports and papers and whatnot that the guy around that time had, and he didn't like you guys at all. He said you guys were the worst thing that happened to him.
He was a jerk.
Yeah.
How are the mimics doing? Are they doing okay?
Oh, they're great. I love them.
Yeah, they're great, right?
The fact that I was the first one of my line that they let out of the tower amuses me.
Says a lot about you.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. But then at the same time, they did go through like, I don't know, 13 generations.
I'm just gonna make hand gestures to Deshane and be like, we should just tinker, work on the arm. Yeah.
Really.
So would that make the Wallace we encountered your grandfather of some variation of grades?
Yeah, like 13 times.
Who slept with him?
I have no idea.
I
don't even know who slept with my dad.
I'm very... Okay, as long as I'm not the only one confused as to how 13 generations happened in that tower.
As far as
time was sped up.
I don't have a mom. Also, I'm the first female. She's like, oh, thanks. I'm the first female in a whole long line of males, too, which is really weird.
Yeah.
Because like I said, I don't even know if I have a mom. So how did I get born?
I'm so glad that you're asking these questions, too. I wasn't sure if it'd be polite if I started asking those questions.
Yeah, it's I mean... At the same time, the tower has some of the weirdest magics in it. Like, even some magic that I haven't, I know about, I know how to do, I just don't touch because it's...
The doorknobs, one way and another, that's an interesting trick.
Oh yeah, the multiple rooms behind every door.
So,
Did you know there's actually, 17 behind one door? There's 17 different ways you could turn a knob, apparently.
Which family Which family member do you think had the ability to trap a multi-dimensional being behind a door?
With the right circumstances, I could do that.
Why do you ask, Mixie?
No reason.
No, I mean, if it needed to be done, and we could get said being in the right place.
Hey, Mixie. I'm gonna while Smasher's been kind of listening to them talk. He's just kind of been tapping on the table and sketching something out, kind of like Callus used to do on his paper. And what he came up with is something along those lines, where all of these are hinges, basically, that come up and around, and the doors are actually just a fabric material, with a locking mechanism in between them. Mixie, do you think this would constitute as a door?
I'm not very arcane inclined.
I'll show it to Deshane and Balasor as well. They know, or did they already?
We gone.
They actually walked off.
They already walked off. I'm gonna go show it to them, and they're gone. They're gone, and be like, "Hey guys, guys."
I don't know, they've been plotting something.
Yeah, something weird might be at hand.
Eh.
He was doing it.
I'm just glad they're getting along.
True. True.
Sylvie looks down at her glass of now empty coffee.
Mixie refills it.
You're too kind. As she
Mixie grabs an unopened bottle and just gives it to her.
She is so happy right now.
I found this stuff out not even a week ago. I love it.
It's the best. It is officially the best. I'm gonna have to figure out
You might
what
not
plant.
sleep tonight.
Giggity.
It's very uppity. Kind of gives you a
Drugs.
buzz. But not the same kind of buzz as alcohol.
I don't think I've ever slept.
I don't sleep either.
So then she goes back to drinking. Quickly shifting over to Deshane and Balasor. You two head back to the room to work on an arm.
Seems like
as
the
we're
upper
walking-
hand.
As we're walking to the room, he's like a step ahead, and I roll 2 cigarettes as we walk.
Nice.
And then when we get in, I hand him one, put mine in my mouth, light the match, light mine, then hand him the match, then reach into my bag and just drop this arm on the table.
That is magnificent.
While you guys are looking at it, you notice something that you hadn't noticed before, Deshane. The lights on the arm are now on.
Huh. Well, we should probably deconstruct this whole thing. Find out if there's a tracking portion of this arm. Probably is. Doesn't matter now.
Even if there was, he would already be tracking us. We're traveling with Smasher.
Fuck him. I stand there for a second and I'm going to what kind of roll would you like me to make as I look over this thing to just get a general feel of it, as what it could be as a weapon,
I'll let you roll perception for this since you're not actively putting your hands over it, you're just looking over it.
I'll start ritual casting Identify.
All right.
21.
Nice. You think with the materials in this arm and the guns that you've gathered, you can very easily make a nice 3-barreled, pretty much like the Gatling guns you'd remember, but just with 3 barrels instead of 6.
Leaving room for 6 for improvements later. Yeah. I cigarette one more time and say, which part do you want to work on? The gun mechanism or the arm itself?
I'll handle the arm itself. You're better with guns than I am. Besides, it needs to be able to attach to my mount, you might say.
Speaking of which, let me look at it. And I turn to you.
Pop my arm off, undo a little few pieces and take it off. And show him.
Okay, I'm gonna look at the arm piece. Set it down, and I'm gonna look at his shoulder. And if there's a hole, I'm going to I'm just gonna put my finger into it just to see what the inside's.
It's more like a plate system on the inside. There's multiple locations where there are little divots and grooves inside the arm that fasten into it and then twist and then lock in place. It's not really a hole, but there's also definitely arcane markings, runes in a writing very similar to what Callus wrote. It's the same language all around that seem to possibly serve as the locking mechanism itself, or activation too.
Yeah, you'll have to work on that part, I say. But I've got a few ideas. You get started on the arm, I say, as I pull out all of my shit and fucking lay it down. If we're in this room, let's say he's right here with the arm. I am going to pull this circular table out from beside the bed and take the candle off of it, and I'm actually going to put the candle right here on the bed thing,
Mm-hmm. The head part of the bed.
Yeah.
The head thing.
Yeah,
the head thing.
The head thing. It's the head thing, right?
Whatever that English word is, that is definitely first language. Headboard.
Headboard. There we go. That's what it was.
You mean the board that never mind. Doesn't matter.
Oh my.
And Papa's gonna get started. Is there a fire in this room of some sort?
There isn't, but are you looking for one?
Well, I will need one. I am going to take all of the metal material that I am going to melt down, and I'm going to break that shit down.
While you're
and
doing
get it into them.
that, my head's going to snap up and I just had an idea.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to leave the room, go to the bartender and say, "We have need of a smithy."
Thank you. The bartender.
I was just gonna use the fire in the in the dining hall. I was just gonna go straight. I was gonna pump that shit up without even asking.
The bartender, he gives you kind of a blank look for a second, and it's odd, but it's almost like you get the feeling that something changed. And he nods and he goes, You can use that one right there. And he points at a door that literally has just appeared right here.
I don't like this place. Thank you.
You're welcome. And he goes back to cooking.
Go back to the Shane and say, there's a smithy outside now. Right by the bar.
I look at him directly and I say, then let's move. And I grab all of my shit and fucking I push the table
pieces
back, put it back to where everything was. As we go through this area, I'm going to go up to Mexi next.
She's actually right here.
Where's she at? Let's see. Oh, I see. Okay.
Sure.
As we walk past, I'm gonna walk up and
would I be over there as well?
Yeah, you should be. I think. Yeah,
like right there.
Perfect.
And I'm just gonna say, let me know when you go to use the bath. We should talk.
Okay. An obvious look of minor confusion is on Mixie's face. Like, okay.
All right.
I like walk a couple feet away and then I like stop and then I come back and say, I should probably clarify. That's probably the only time that we could have a moment where it's just us. And I mean, the door would be cracked. And anyway, and I just turn and I go to the smithy room.
Balasor? What do you think about this design? And I just point down to the table where I've been literally scratching with my finger, like my sketch for this door. And it's literally just the idea of a door frame with a bunch of like hinges so that it can like fold out a door, and then just fabric curtains with a lock. I mean, it seems like it'd be easy to make.
I look at the bartender and if we remove a door from this building, would it get replaced magically?
We're not removing a door from this place.
He turns to look at you for a moment. You could make a door, and he points at the smithy.
All the materials in there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Materials?
Sure. I say.
Work.
I'm going to go with the boys. I heard building things.
Boys' night.
We're gonna play
Boys' night.
toys.
They all walk through the door closes, and I'm like, this would be the perfect time to go take my bath.
You can. I was just saying. We need to talk later, pretty much is what I'm saying.
Mixie's thoroughly amused by that whole interaction. Taking that mom and dad role a little too seriously there sometimes.
Too seriously. hey, you know. Always like short
mom, dad, mom's special friend.
Not wrong. Why? I thought it was. Are we calling him Uncle Deshane?
No, it's Daddy Deshane.
Daddy. Oh. Well, it's Daddy now.
Hey,
it's
not my real dad.
Zaddy Deshane.
Since
you're not
when did we turn
Goldblum
into this?
Oh God.
Anyway,
degenerates, it's fine. Boys' night.
You guys walk into this this smithy, and the first thing you notice is it's not currently on. Everything looks brand new. No reaction. It's almost like whatever built this never touched it to build it. It just appeared into existence, which, by the way, it did just appear into existence. But yeah, you are in a very well-stocked smithy with a carpentry section added to it.
This place appears fabricated.
I think this place just appears.
The farther away from the tower you go, the stronger the magic is. This is really far away. But enjoy it while it lasts. And I go in and I immediately start the fire and just start pumping that shit up.
Oh. I'm gonna start looking at investigative materials to see.
Sauna in there, boys.
Right.
It's just gonna be us shirtless.
I'm heat resistant. It's fine. Oh man. I'm gonna look at the materials and see what kind of materials we have to work with here.
Well, on top of the pots and pans, there's a couple sheets of metal, some bars of iron, what look like some light aluminum, some bronze and some brass in some places.
Okay.
Nothing like made or anything, just like raw bars of this material.
Right.
But it does look like it's refined metal. The
Ingots,
carpentry section,
things like ingots and whatnot.
Yeah. And some sheets. Some of them are actually sheet metals. The carpentry section has several different types of wood, including a very, very, very dark and hard wood, and a very strangely colored purple wood.
Interesting.
The forge is very well built, and you notice as you start it, Deshane, and start pumping into it, it doesn't take any effort whatsoever to get that to start going immediately.
Deshane just thinks he's a badass though, and he's just like, yeah.
And Valisor and Smasher, because Smasher, you have magical abilities with you. You both get the sense that there is magic assisting in whatever gets done in here.
That's helpful. It would be great to bring, what was his name? I'm sorry, what was his name? The orc that built my axe.
Oh.
God, what was his name? It was like...
You stumped the DM, my favorite moment of any D&D session.
It was
the DM goes...
What was his name?
I don't remember him having a name.
I don't remember
If I
him
gave
having
him a name, I gotta
either.
go back and look at it.
I think you just called him... Yeah, I think you just called him by his title.
Yeah, Smithy.
Which was like the Smithy.
His name is Smith.
Smith, yeah.
Smith. I mean, hey.
Smithy Smith.
Cannon. We can rewrite
Where
things.
came from?
I mean, the cook's
That's
name
true.
is The Gourmet, so...
Right, well, and that was kind of the thought. Yeah, so having him
In
here would have
Orcish,
been
it's gourmet.
great.
Gourmet.
I want to go look, at that purple wood.
Gourmet. It's a purple one.
His name's Gore, last name Matt.
Matt.
Yeah, I want to go look at that purple wood then.
Yeah. As you're looking at the purple wood, Valisor, what are you doing?
Purple wood, purple
wood.
I am finding etching tools. Making sure there's a metal acid bath inside here as well to get the coloration correct. And yeah, it's gotta suit everything, okay? Otherwise I won't wear it.
It's gotta be fierce.
It has to be the same fashion.
Gotta be fierce.
So concerning that acid bath quickly, the one thing you do know is as you're looking for it, you turn and look at one side of the building and you don't see it over there. But when you do a scan and then go back to that section, there's now an acid bath suited for what you need it to be, now situated where you had first looked.
I hate this place. And then I go over and use it.
Right. Before we do any rolling stuff with you guys though, while you're setting up to get to that point, we're gonna go back to Mixie Mix. Yeah, do arcane things. We're gonna go back to Mixie Mix.
Right back. Yeah, I'm gonna...
Knowing I'm going to be getting a full rest, I'm still holding the crystal that used to be for the recovery room, And I'm just sitting there putting all of my like healing magics into it.
To
Like,
see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as you're doing that, Sylvie's pulled out her book, her spell book specifically, and this thing is huge, by the way. Like, think biggest book you've ever seen, and it's probably bigger than that. It's kind of comically huge, and then you think, wait, where did she pull it out of? Because it's far too big for her to have been carrying, and she just plops it on the table and pushes it open and starts flipping through it, moving the pages along as she's watching what you're doing, nods, and then goes back. And since you are a cleric, you use divine healing specifically. You, as you're pumping in, what color usually is most associated with your magic? Because I know a lot of times party-esque, but what's the most common color?
I had I remember those pictures I sent you when I was playing around on Hero Forge?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So like, if it was like to be a flame, it's like an electric blue that turns into an orange with a purpley edge.
All right.
I really like that effect.
This rock at this point currently resembles a cracked egg. You can see the cracking along and just a massive fissure down the center. At the core of the rock in the center, it's that blue coloring that your magic has, but as it pulls out and gets to the surface of the rock, the color changes to more that pastel orange, and you can only really see the blue when you look in that fissure. Otherwise, it almost looks like a pastel molten egg while you're pumping your magic into it. But when you stop pumping your healing magic into it, that coloring quickly fades until there's nothing. She gets to a page in her book and then she looks up and then she goes, that's what I thought would happen. Since it's broken and cracked, the magic you're pumping into it can't permeate, on top of which the stone is designed to be able to emanate the magic properly through the room. The fountain is designed to pump the magic continuously into the rock, and the room is designed to help the rock keep permeating said magic. A 3-step process, I guess you can say. And she starts tracing a diagram in her book.
Well, good to know healing magic doesn't fix broken rocks. You never know. My healing magic works on Smasher. So, gotta
Really?
try.
Yeah, he's a yeah, I mean, you have to. That's odd. He's a construct in your healing magic. That's an interesting build. I wonder if this works. She touches the rock, and you see while her ancestors, his magic had seemed similar to the first ones in that it had a purplish hue with some greenish tones to it. When she uses her magic is almost a red magenta color. It's a little more purple than red, but you do see more red in it than anything else, other than the purple. And you see the rock almost look like it starts to knit itself together before what was getting it together crumbles again, and it goes back to being the state it was. And she goes, huh. That was odd. She starts tracing the diagram.
Why is it odd?
Well, normal mending won't work on that stone, so I was trying the mending designed in this book, and it was working, but when I stopped pumping the magic into it, much like when you stopped pumping the divine healing into it, it just faded and went back to the state it's currently in.
But he's a constant source of magic.
Yeah,
Even
I'm
just to
wondering.
repair it?
Well, I'm wondering if a modification could be done to another room and use that stone instead. Where we have the fountain not just permeate healing magic, but repairing magic as well. That might work to keep using that stone. Because the ancestor of mine that actually fixed the room had to make a whole brand new stone. Well, first off, the stone, obviously, since you guys had it, wasn't anywhere to be found. But yeah.
How do you make a stone? I can create water. Flunk.
She pulls several of the pages to the side and flips back a couple and then points at one section of the book, and you see there's this stone that you're holding. There's an image of it and some writing you can't quite understand written in it under it. And she goes, this goes over the process of turning a normal stone into one of those stones. Lots of arcane magic is needed. You have to do it inside of a room that is like the room that stone would sit in, permeating more magic, so any errant magic you're pushing out gets shoved back at you, and thus into the stone. It's a delicate process. She goes back to the page she originally was at.
Bixie takes like a stone, because she's picked up stones along the way before, out of her bag. And she's going to use one of her channel divinities on it. With the intention of making a divine one of these stones. Because she knows she'll never... It'll take so long for her to, like, grasp arcane. She's like, I need this to do what I need it to do, and the arcane won't do it for me. Maybe the divine will. It seems to work for her. She turned herself into a wolf.
Okay. So, what size stone are you using?
Nah.
Nah? Okay.
I'm trying to... Squid-sized.
Squid-sized. Okay, perfect. So, as you use your channel divinity, you get a little bit of what she was talking about when she was saying the errant magical energy bouncing off and needing to be reverberated back and back into the stone. And you see as your divine energy both goes into the stone and seems to bounce off of it as well. The kind of effect that happens is it's like everything in the room just seems to calm down. The fire kind of lowers to a dim light. All the torches and candles everywhere get lowered to just barely being visible. Even Sylvie and the innkeeper both seem to relax. And Sylvie leans back and sips at her coffee while she watches what you're doing. And the innkeeper... Let me tell you what the innkeeper does quickly. The innkeeper seems almost to flicker out of existence occasionally.
When I start feeling the magic from the divinity bounce back, I want to start trying to make a bond with it using like my bonds that I make with using the magic that I use to bond myself to them. Try and like bond the magic to the stone.
I see what you're doing. Roll percentage dice for me.
Roll percentage dice.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Palladium system has made me really love and adore percentage dice, just so everyone knows.
Samesies.
Fucking nerds, am I right, folks?
58.
Fucking DM nerds.
Jesus Christ.
I have a meme
right.
I'm gonna send you
I
later,
wasn't
Ethan.
sure which set to use.
Do it.
So
Do
it
right now.
works, but it's not a healing stone.
Boys' night.
It's a stone of peace. The stone you create, essentially, as long as you present it to someone, basically does exactly what your channel divinity Balm of Peace does to whoever is holding it.
It
We
does.
got rated.
It does like.
What's up?
Hi there, third gallon. Thanks for
Interesting.
rating us. It's always
So
good
it
to see
kind
you.
of does the healing.
They
It
can't
kind
hear
of
me,
does the
but you
healing.
can.
But it doesn't
It's
Good
like
to have you here.
recover like I want.
no, it doesn't recover like you want it to. It's very calming to hold. It doesn't actually give you the move stuff that Balm
Yeah,
of Peace
I
does.
figured.
But it does do the 2d6 plus 5. To whomever is holding it, while also making them feeling quite calm.
It's a Huckle Rock.
It's a Huckle Rock.
Close but not quite.
The room returns to the lighting of which it originally was, and Sylvie kind of looks you up and down, looks at the stone.
Here,
and goes,
hold it.
She holds it, and she looks very relaxed, very calm. She goes, yeah. You know, I've never met people like you. You're so unique, so creative. Like, who would have thought to just do what you just did?
I blame my son. Wicked mind in that
Really?
one.
Really wish I had met him. She hands you back the rock.
Okay, so how do we get this and the thing that you can make to work? Like, I bonded magic to it. You saw that. Like,
Yeah, actually, you might
we
have
could
just
probably do something.
Energy.
adjusted a step.
The energy's like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of here.
No, you're not. She suddenly flips back to that page with the stone, and she starts going over it, and she goes, here, hand that back to me.
Here you go.
She puts it in front of her, and she puts her hand against it, and as she's tracing in her book, she starts chanting, and she's going to end up being like this for a whole while. So for about 5 minutes as you sit there, she's doing this, and it doesn't look like she's going to stop anytime too soon. She may be there for like an hour or two. But she is chanting in a language you don't quite recognize, and you see lots of runes, some which you do recognize being the first one's runes, and those ones are very violet purple, pop up around her hands as her more reddish purple, magenta colored runes also continuously pop up around her. She's casting some strong magic right now. Utilizing what you just did, by the way.
I want to go up to the innkeeper while she does this.
He after flickering for a bit, he is standing in front of a pot, looking down, confused at it.
Hey, friend. What's down there?
He looks over at you, and you see there's just a blank look of confusion on his face.
You okay?
Where am I?
the ever-present inn? Your inn? Do you have a name?
You suddenly see him flicker again, and there's a very kind of like bone-shaking feeling for a moment, and then like all the hair on the back of your neck just suddenly stands on end, and Pip goes full shield mode and like moves himself between you and the innkeeper before the innkeeper flickers back into being just himself. And he looks down at you and goes, "Hello, how can I help you?"
What just happened?
I'm not sure.
I channel divinity again.
You're just channeling it?
Yep.
Nothing seems to happen.
I reach out and touch him.
Reach out and touch him.
Pass your hand and he goes,
beat you to it.
Not sure what you're
Two mutes.
doing right now.
Nothing's happening though?
No, nothing seems to be happening.
I did that earlier and you started flickering? And then you stood and stared down at the bottom of a pot, and when you finally acknowledged my existence, you asked where you were. And then you flickered again, and you were okay.
That pot? He points at the pot currently bubbling, which he was standing in front of looking down at.
Yeah, that one.
He goes back and he looks down at it, trying to recreate the process, essentially. No. I'll just have to keep my eye on that. Do you need anything?
I need to make sure you're okay and what you are.
I think I'm fine.
Now, what are you?
Roll insight. He doesn't answer as to what he is. He just kind of stares at you blankly.
Insight. That's an 18.
18? Yeah, you can tell there's a hint of concern in his voice, but he does, at the moment, seem stable.
Why wouldn't you be stable?
What were you doing over there?
I was channeling my divinity into a rock, which shouldn't have affected you, especially since I channeled divinity into you and nothing happened.
It doesn't seem like anything should have happened.
But it did. All the lights went down, the fire dimmed a little bit, everybody super chill, like she visibly relaxed.
Like
He looks
Snoop
over
Dogg
at
concert.
Yeah, like Snoop Dogg concert. Yeah, he looks over at what she's doing, kind of squints at her for a moment, and
I have the reference.
No. He points up at the ceiling, and on the ceiling, a sigil seems to appear. It's not runic, it's actually Elvish. Do you speak Elvish?
Nope, common, celestial, and
I do.
But Rick, I can comprehend languages.
It's true. It's true. So if you do cast that, it is basically a recording rune. It's going to keep a track of everything that happens in this room, so that it can be replayed at any point.
Nifty. Didn't have that before, did you?
No, I just added it.
Do you have a name?
The Innkeeper.
That's not a name. That's a title.
Can a title not also be a name?
In most cases, no.
I mean the gourmet, so.
No, the gourmet.
Gourmet.
Because whatever
Ian.
happened, Ian?
Yeah, you can call me Ian.
Okay, Ian. Because whatever happened during the flickering set off my my friend Pip.
Yeah.
As you can see, the giant shield standing between us. How is Pip responding to all of this, by the way?
As you bring attention to him, he starts to very slowly move back to your back. You do get a feeling in your head like he is very carefully watching the innkeeper.
Got any idea what that was, buddy?
You get the feeling of no.
I need to take a sleep.
But like what Deshane just said, nothing good.
Yeah, obviously.
Deshane said it, he would have said nothing good.
Just like that. Then he would have rolled a cigarette.
I can't bother her because she's in the middle of something. Huh?
Good.
The innkeeper, by the way, does not look phased at all.
No. I'm really bad at this, but I want to try and make, I guess, an Arcana check to guess what happened.
Yeah, Arcana check. Go for it.
Come on, little die. 18 plus 2, 20.
Nice, a dirty 20. An inorganic 20.
Every Tuesday we get raided. It turns into debauchery in the feed. Debauchery.
Every time.
Filth.
Chat degrades so instantaneously.
Just immediately.
I'm not paying attention to it though.
Oh my gosh. That's entirely organic. Brilliant.
You do get the feeling that something about this inn, like as a general, it's not off. It's magic of a kind. The innkeeper himself is so thoroughly tied to the inn that it is as if they are the same entity. So while you are talking to the innkeeper, you realize you are in fact talking to the inn.
And when you flicker, do you mean like flicker out of existence?
Yeah, kind of like he's disappearing and reappearing very quickly.
The thick plottins.
I think we're okay. Sorry. Continue. Anytime I say that, just keep going. If my internet drops out, it drops out. Just keep going. That's just a blanket warning in case my video feed goes down.
Just drops.
I wanna. I'm gonna cast a series of level 1 spells because it's all I really have left. Because I channeled my 2 for the healing. First one's going to be detect magic.
Okay.
And I want to do that ritually because I might need that slot.
Okay, for about 10 minutes, plus some, you cast that ritually. Who else was casting detect magic earlier?
I don't think anybody's detected magic in the inn yet.
We talked about casting identify.
Identify.
And that was about it.
Yeah.
We had talked about identify, and that was about it.
Identify. I gotta tell you what.
I actually did cast identify on the arm.
I gotta tell you what happened to that arm. We'll get back to you in a moment. So
The boys are just sweating in there. Just three boys.
Right?
sweating
Shane's smoking. I'm sharing a vape with Valisor. It's just sweaty and smoky, and you can't see shit. And everybody's shirtless. Somehow Smasher's even sweating.
Somehow.
I'm
There's
still
oil dripping down.
There's little oil bits dripping down. Yeah, no, it's good.
So when you cast detect
Smash cut.
magic, I'm gonna need you to make a wisdom save.
Is it against a magical effect?
For this purpose, we're gonna say yes.
Okay.
So you have advantage.
That's a nat 20 and a 19.
Very ridiculously nice. So
He has the best.
you don't go
dice.
mad. from
These are brand new
Ish.
dice.
Yeah,
you always
you
have the
don't
best dice.
you don't go mad from the sheer amount of different kind of magics you see flowing everywhere. The inn is almost like it is consistently creating objects out of nothing, but clearly that nothing is not actually nothing, because you can sense teleportation magic involved wherever this stuff is coming from that it fabricates. It's getting it from somewhere. On top of that, there is a layer of kind of divine healing property magic that makes you feel like this is a good place to rest. Gives you nice long rests and easy access to healing magic and whatnot. But when you look at the innkeeper himself, there's a lot of necrotic energy flowing around him. And you can almost see a kind of being inside of him. It's his size, but skinnier. Kind of like it's piloting a suit, but you can tell that the innkeeper himself is just highly condensed magic formed around whatever this being is. And all the magic is flowing from the being. Do you turn around at all?
To look at what she's doing?
Uh-huh.
I might as well to see if that's affecting anything, or if there was if my magic created a rift somewhere where I was sitting, I'm trying to get the whole scope of everything.
You do see remnants of your magic in corners of the room, by the way. Just almost like fire kind of just flickering over there. It's not doing any harm or anything, and it doesn't
No,
seem to
my
have done
magic's
any
very
lasting.
nice and fun.
Exactly. But when you look at her, you can see that she has perfectly contained her magic to being just her, the stone, her book, and some very weird kind of rift thing right behind her. You can just see this kind of rift that has her magic flowing in and out of it. And the more you look at it, the more it reminds you of her tower. As a note, you can't actually see any tables, chairs, or anything. Like she's sitting on pure magic, basically.
Yeah, everything is just magic.
Magic. Yeah.
Everything is magic. I'm sorry, what? Smash cut that song with the boys working.
Exactly. And I'm like, I'm hitting a piece of metal at
That's right. Things are screwed. Smash cuts of that.
I'm then going to follow that up with a detect good and evil.
Oh. Okay. Let me quickly look that one up. Get you a nice accurate detect.
Necrotic doesn't always mean undead.
No.
I have to know.
You don't sense any undead anywhere. Specifically, you don't sense any aberration, celestial, or fiend or undead. You do sense fae.
And elemental?
Banjo solo.
And elemental, yes. You do definitely sense the elemental. The one thing you definitely notice for sure, though, is that the inn itself is consecrated ground.
going on. What do I get from him?
From him, it's that's where most of the Fae comes from. But it's just right there, really. It's like mixed with the detect magic you had done, you're pretty sure whatever entity is puppeteering this place is a Fae of some kind. Most of the elemental magic, by the way, is coming from where the boys are right now. Like, vastly fire.
Oh, dear goodness.
Fuck, are you laughing at what I just said? What are you laughing at? Huh?
So, Ian? What are you? What do you know yourself to be?
What do I know myself to be? The innkeeper.
I feel like we're going in circles.
Yeah, no. She's
Not back to the boys listening to AC/DC's It's a Long Way to the Top.
That's right.
Rock and roll. It's a long way.
We're all working on the same thing, and it's just
Exactly.
like what Deshane hits the hammer, and then that gets out of the way, and then and then it's just all in sequence, like right to rhythm. Yeah, smash cut.
Like the dwarves in what's it called?
The Hobbit.
Yeah, that one.
Oh, that terrible movie that should have just been 2 movies, but
do you
instead it was
own
3.
this inn?
Shh. He smiles and he goes, yeah, this is my inn. The ever-present inn.
Okay, I need to talk to the Fae person in charge, please.
He looks confused for a moment. And looks really confused for a moment. And then that same look he had when the flickering had happened comes back. And then he flickers for a moment and he goes, what's... And he flickers again and he goes, what's... And then he's just gone. And then you see a very long, spindly hand come up on the counter. And then another long, spindly hand.
Oh, Jesus Christ, folks.
And then a very pale, like, thin, almost like a stick bug kind of creature comes up and leans over and gets, like, right up close to you. And you can see its eyes are compound eyes and its antenna just briefly touch you.
Like they
And,
do that weird
Pip.
thing where they like turn way too far. They're just like...
Yeah, Pip, by the way, you can just barely see him in your peripheral, and you can sense that he's just barely holding back. And he knows there's nothing really to fear or worry about here, but you can tell he does not trust whatever this is.
Hi, nice to finally, see you face to face.
You hear a clicking noise, and then it goes...
And you have comprehend languages. So if it tries to communicate.
It didn't say anything. It just kind of clicked and... One of its hands kind of comes out and just...
E.T. phone home?
It just pokes at Pip. Just kind of just pokes at him.
So dumb. That's stupid. Not you, sorry.
Having fun?
Mm-hmm. I'm listening. Continue.
Oh, I know. That was the...
Yeah. You hear in your head this kind of humming sound. And then, you called.
Hi. What the hell is going on? It's cool. It's amazing. But what's going on?
You, kind of let off a lot of energy there. Disrupted things. Don't mind my apparition. Calls itself Ian now, I see.
I have this tendency to to have names be given. And I give names and names kind of just appear for things around me. I'm noticing. It's kind of weird.
You should be careful.
Just saying, Shane was right. This whole time.
I mean, you gotta be careful with names, though. By giving him names, you've given him power. It leans back. And as it leans back, Pip also leans back. And it looks kind of down at you, and it's like... If it has...
I didn't give it a name. It gave itself a name.
This is true. Which is all the scarier in this sense. You almost get the feeling of chuckling.
What is the purpose of this place?
A place for weary travelers to rest.
What do you get out of it?
What seems like it might be a mouth on this creature suddenly twists and turns into something of a grin that goes from one side of it to the other side of it. And it just says in your head, I'm not gonna tell you.
The Pip. Do you think we could take him?
An almost resounding no comes through you, like a feeling of no. And Pip starts to turn into almost like armor on you.
Okay.
What did I miss? I had to pee.
Do we need to get the hell out of here?
You get the feeling from Pip that he wants to, but at the same time, he's got a feeling you're specifically not in any danger, which means he's not in any danger.
But are my
However,
people?
yeah, that's the question. You do get the feeling from Pip that he might actually know what this is.
I want to try messaging Pip so he has a way to verbally respond.
I don't like the look on Murray's face, folks. And,
yeah, I think I just figured out what it was too.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a feeling my character would know what it is too.
What do you know?
You're muted, Smasher. You're talking to the void. The void continually.
Right now, Valisor is in the middle of smash cuts of us like touching each other while building things, though. So,
yeah, exactly.
Oh
deep tongue kisses for
Hey,
the men. No.
I'm half robot,
We're
half
getting there.
human, so I've got slots for both of you.
You're the bridge in between.
hey,
Hey.
we're gonna Eiffel Tower him.
Okay.
All right,
Mr.
back to
Bald, we should
seriousness.
end the episode now.
It's Chad's
End
fault.
the episode.
Chad's fault.
Back to the creepiness.
This is all Chad's fault.
For the first time, you hear Pip's
Cut the
voice.
Please, Drow, please.
Out of curiosity, how do you want Pip to sound? Because this is the first time he's vocalizing for you.
Probably. It's gonna sound like the one person from home who gave a damn.
You hear your commander's voice as Pip responds. We're not powerful enough to take this, but we're too powerful for its taste. But that creature most definitely consumes whatever is off guard in areas of its hunting. And
Which
if
is the inn.
could be. It could very well be this inn.
Are any of us weak enough for it to try and eat? Do you think?
Pip thinks for a moment, and you get the feeling he's going through his memories of Smasher, and then his memories of Deshane, and then what he does remember of Valisor so far. And he goes, none of us are weak enough for it. And I don't think it would try anything with her here anyway. And he gestures over to the wizard. I can hear into your head. What are you two saying?
If you can hear, you don't need to ask.
Damn you.
Aha! Stumped him again.
He was trying to get you to accept that he could, and because you said that, he can't actually hear what you two are saying.
Mixie doesn't know her the first chunk of her life. The best bet anyone's ever had was Fae related. So all the research, she's pretty smart Fae-wise.
Mm-hmm. That was a very smart move on Mixie Nix's part.
I think, friend,
Clickety clackety, clickety clackety, clickety.
that you should, be a little more forthcoming with information.
It kind of gives you this kind of sideways lean look, kind of like, really? And then it goes, to be fair, I personally prefer to leave all the social talky work to my apparition, which I guess is now named Ian.
Careful, your magic's getting away from you there. It giving itself a name.
The look it gives you is almost like it blames you for this, even though technically this is definitely not your guys' fault. We'll see. And it kind of goes back down so that all you see is its hands. And then it goes,
I need you to promise me that me and the ones I call mine don't get eaten by you.
You're not to my taste.
Oh, doesn't matter. Tastes change.
And then there's a flicker, and suddenly the innkeeper's standing there again. How can I help you?
Hi, Ian. How are you?
Oh, I'm feeling a little off, but pretty good.
I'm glad to hear it. When I did the detect magic, was the food magic?
No, actually, the food was not magic.
Thank you for the lovely
However,
meal.
there didn't seem to be any food in the kitchen. You're very welcome. That bath you had asked for is ready for you.
Cool. I'm just gonna talk to my boys, check on my girl, and then take my bath. Thank you.
You are very welcome. And he goes back to stirring the pot.
Pop
You
my head
boys.
into
Where the boys are.
Cut to smash cut. There you go. Go for it. Go for it, Ethan.
You cut to you stick your head in, and we're working away to the Dire Straits "Money for Nothing."
Right.
That's a deep cut reference for anyone who knows that song. Anyway,
We're working
that's what
hard.
you see. Yep.
Quick note for the spell that Valsor cast on that arm. What was the spell again? Identify. The arm itself is not magical. It is a mechanical arm. There doesn't seem to be anything tracing that you can tell. It is functioning, and when you cast the spell, you do notice something different about why it's functioning. But to your as you guys are working, to your mechanical knowledge, Valasor and Smasher and Deshane, there doesn't seem to be any power source.
That is fine. I will be the power source.
I'm worried about the gun. I don't give a shit about that. That's his job.
Some people call me Metal Man.
Nice cowboy. Some people call me the gangster of love.
Some
And that's what makes
call
Nix
me
pokes her
Call
head
me
in.
Murray. Sorry, we get sidetracked easily.
Very easily.
I can see the chat.
Well, a lot happened.
A lot happened. A lot
Yeah.
happened in that.
Mhm. Uh-huh.
that chat.
Hey,
lot
hey
happened.
boys.
Yes,
Do we-
Lady Shimmerpop.
How do you feel about the Fae?
The what?
Huh?
Far too emotional.
That all? No violent need to kill them or anything?
It depends on which one you're talking about.
Are they here? Did they bring
Are they
like
threatening
food?
you?
Do they want to eat your brain?
No,
Are they
we're
gonna
not.
feed us?
We're not. It's already fed all of us.
Oh, then I like them.
What?
I come
you
all the
mean-
way in, close the door.
I turn to you and I say, "Oh, you mean the inn, the glamour?"
Yeah. So, Ian, the innkeeper, is just an apparition that just gave itself a name. So, the Fae's magic is definitely getting away from him, which is comical. But, no, there's a... The person who owns the inn is a Fae.
Well, I told you guys that this place wasn't real.
Well, there's
Feels
good chunks
real.
of it that are real. There are some
Well-
things that just aren't.
It's real in the sense that it's physical, but none of this is real. None of what we see, touch,
I start
feel,
ritual
smell.
casting detect magic in here.
It is very similar to the other room, but there's much more elemental magic here.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm looking at the
no fairy
materials that they could have been pulling from.
Oh yeah, those seem real. There's a faint trace of teleportation magic on them.
Also, a lot of man sweat.
Mhm.
I don't know if you're catching that with your detect magic, but lots of man sweat.
Some man sweat, and
I mean, it's
and
rank in
oil.
here. It's rank in here. He just took a shower and it's getting bad again.
So, like, this place is no harm to any of us. We're, in Pip's words, too strong for it.
Well, that's good to know.
So we're not in danger and it feeds us?
But
Yeah.
others who
Seems
walk
like a-
in are in danger. And
If
feed
they're weak.
it.
Yep.
Then we should probably still kill it when we leave. And I continue working.
Pip doesn't think we can take it. And I'm trusting Pip's instincts on this one.
Pip doesn't know me.
Pip thought real hard about you when I asked if you guys were in danger. You are not. But we are not able to take on this.
if you're unkillable and it's unkillable, then no one wins, right?
This is a point.
You guys see me, and I'm like working on this thing, and I like kink, 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 and I like spin the whole thing like a minigun, and I go like,
yeah. He's getting crazy eyes. He's finally, that's when he finally gets emotion to their crazy eyes. Yeah. Yeah.
If it is Fae, then it is not demon, so it is not a priority.
I still don't know what that word means, but
priority.
If Pip says we can't take it, Faye. If Pip says we can't take it, then we can't take it. Besides, we need to keep moving.
We do always need to keep moving.
We are gonna have to take our rest,
because we have to.
Because I don't know about you guys, but I've been doing a lot of magic. It's how I figured out there was a Fae. I did some stuff.
Well,
we all kind of just like nod our head at you, like. Mm-hmm.
So you guys are all good. The materials that you guys could use from this room are real. The fire is magic. Fire.
Thanks, Mom.
Anything else I should warn them about in this room?
Yeah, nothing seemed too terribly off in this room. It just seemed an extension of the inn itself.
You just see the sparks coming from the table I'm working at.
So, I'm gonna check on Sylvie as she is doing part 2 of what I started.
Make sure she doesn't get eaten.
She definitely will not.
Are you sure? She seemed fragile and skitty.
No. No, she's fine. She's fine. That would be a fight to see, though. Anyways.
Well, tell me when you'd like to speak, I say.
I'm gonna check on Sylvie and I'm gonna take my bath, so I'll keep the door cracked.
I give
Just announce yourself.
Look over at Palisor for a second. Just kind of like...
Wow.
As soon as Mexinix leaves the room, I reach over and I turn up the radio and in living colors, cult of personality. Sorry, I'm gonna keep doing this as much as you give it to me.
It's just an arcane rock I've enchanted with this minor infusion. I keep sifting between songs.
Sorry, I'm breaking the fourth wall here, guys. Some of this stuff is real.
I wanna rock.
DM would say otherwise.
There is a universe out there where all those songs actually exist. So,
yes.
And you are in a room with someone who has gone to multiple universes. Two someones who have gone to multiple universes.
And just to make it clear, Ian is not the Fae. Keep using his name.
I turned back down the radio. Yeah? Okay. And then as she's leaving and shutting the door, I'm like... Oh, Jesus. That was
good times.
That was good.
I just want to quickly say that I think Murray might be right as to what type of Fae this is. Anyway, continuing on.
Yeah,
you go to check out...
Murray side, no fucking way we can take this shit on. Phalasor side, but he wants to fight it.
We just keep working on that shit until, like, it's, like, reaching the time where we won't get a full rest, and then I'm gonna, like... Well, like, maybe a bit before that way. Go talk to Mixinix, probably next week's episode, and then I'm gonna leave and then go to bed, so... That's what I'm gonna do.
We'll probably start with that conversation next week, but checking on Sylvie first.
Yes.
when you walk up to her, her eyes are now glowing purple, like solid purple. There's no iris. There's no pupil.
Which purple?
Her
purple?
Specifically, the first one's purple. But at this point, the runes that she's casting with are all her color. Her magenta color purple. Only her eyes are the first one's color purple.
Sylvie, can you hear me?
Sylvie, can you hear me?
God damn it, Deshane. You beat me every time.
There's
Gotta be quicker on that draw, son.
But as she's tracing, when she finishes tracing one of the sigils in her book, her left hand reaches over quickly and boops you on the nose before going back to trace on the book.
Cool. We need to talk about Ian. And
There's
the Fae in charge of it.
There's kind of a twitch, and then when you say Fae, her whole head turns and looks at you. The eyes still glowing purple. And they turn and look, like, all the runes and her other hand have just stopped. Completely still. Her head turns and looks over at Ian, and then she looks back over at you, nods, and then goes back to casting.
Cool. It gave the Fae's magic gave itself a name.
Her face, like, her mouth had been like concentration and everything, but when you say that, it just breaks into this big smile, and it almost looks like she's about to start laughing while she's casting.
Is there any way I can help with this?
She shakes her head no.
Do you want to continue here, or do you want to get somewhere comfortable?
There's no response except for her to reach over and boop you on the nose again and go back to casting.
I boop her back. Going to go take that bath. Zing magic at me if you need me. Scream if you need me. Let me know how this goes. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm super excited.
She nods.
I just
All right.
look at Ian and wave and giggle to myself.
He materializes a cap as he does this, and then the cap disappears when he lets go of it.
I want to use the rest of my magic on Ian.
What are you doing?
I will use the last of my spell slots, which isn't much because I've been doing a lot. But that and my last channel divinity, just into the being that is Ian, avoiding what I know to be there as the Fae. Just to see, just to have fun.
So kind of similar to what you had done originally, but this time knowing that there is a Fae puppeteer, essentially. So you are avoiding that aspect. You notice...
Kind of using the bonding to, like, not... To, like, bond it more to itself than to the Fae. I'm fiddling with the bonds.
Roll percentage die for me.
Oh, hot damn. Let's go. 83.
83. You see your magic kind of flow through him for a moment. His hair changes color to a kind of pastel green, actually, tipped with a yellow, and stays that color. But other than that, no visible change.
I'll do a detect magic ritual cast. I'm in no rush.
You see all the same things you had originally seen, but you notice that there's a faint amount of your magic now layered on top of all the other magic. Only what it does is it seems to add a kind of level of calm and healing in the whole inn, as it seems to just kind of settle there. And now everyone in the inn feels ridiculously calm.
I would also think, because of the reasoning for why I'm doing the magic, it would alert the people in danger.
Mm-hmm.
The people who would be in danger for staying here would not be calmed.
Probably not.
Have a good night, Ian. And I just skip off, humming to myself.
As you start skipping off, he yells, "Thank you!" And you get a distinct feeling. Actually, roll an insight for me.
Oh, the one that gave me that nat 20. Let's go. Insight 16 plus 5, 21.
That thank you was more heartfelt, had more character, almost like he was more.
Oh, yep. No, Mixie's having a ball.
Mixie, you just made so many changes. No, I'm just kidding, you didn't. All of you did. Yeah. You guys building your... I'm actually not going to have you do any rolls for this. You're going to be successful no matter what you roll, unless you guys want to roll and maybe possibly get a 1. But you can take your time doing this, and there are enough materials and raw materials and whatnot for you to do it right.
I'm gonna get the gun part done, and then I'm gonna let the 2 boys that don't have to sleep finish what they want to finish.
So I do have to sleep? It's just
Oh,
my
you do?
helmet that does the thinky for me.
Okay. Either way.
I need to stop looking at the chat.
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
follow
you just need to
Smasher,
stop
follow
looking at
Smasher on Only Forged. Anywho, Only Forged. So I'm just trying to, honestly, Smasher's been trying to like be a part of these smash cuts this entire time, but he's just trying to build a door, so it's nothing even complicated.
No,
it's literally
he's
just
he's
hinges
up
and
there
shit.
with a plane tool.
Yeah. Oh, what's that wood? What's that wood? We've been talking about all of this like Only Forged stuff, but you haven't even told me about my purple wood.
Purple heart.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Gotcha.
I literally have that kind of wood in front of me.
Purple heart hasn't been touched in a while, so it's gone all purple.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm literally just constructing a nice out of that purple wood, a nice frame, and then having it basically section out so that it can kind of fold up, just to make it move around easier. Well, because like if I have it, sure, I can just pull out a full ass door and just set it on the ground, not a big deal. But if Mixie needs this, I would like Mixie to be able to, as small as she is, go in, grab the thing, and it like her be able to like let it pop open. So I'm trying to be considerate of our smaller members. So I'm just building. That's all I'm building.
I'm suspending this window. All right. Oh, dare you
We're
guys.
good.
Yeah.
And you guys thought Deshane's bath was hamming it up? No, Mixie's. Bubbles up to here.
And she's a gnome. This tub is huge for you, by the way.
She's literally floating in an
Olympic-sized
Epsom
swimming
salt,
pool.
like perfect bath.
Yeah, just like
You know, where
floating
her
in bubbles
buoyancy is perfect, and she just float tanking it.
with bubbles as a blanket. Yep. If I could float in a tub, I would.
Mm-hmm, me too.
Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
When Deshane leaves for that conversation, I'm just gonna say gentle.
Gentle.
I'm gonna stop at the. I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna say, okay, take it easy.
Thank you.
And then I'm gonna
There's-
turn around to the door and I'm gonna open it up.
Mouthpiece is open, and I look over, and for the first time, you see Valisor smile.
I've got the perfect thing to end on, Vaughn. If you want to allow like a touch of the conversation before, I've got an idea for a cliffhanger, folks.
Double check our. Oh, this might be perfect.
You and me both.
Is there? Before we go to that, is there anything Valisor and Smasher want to do quickly before we end?
I am etching in 3 different languages. The two of you would probably realize there's gonna be. Oh shit! What are my languages that I do this shit in? Draconic. There's Giant, and there's Magus, all etched along different parts of the metal of the arm, and each piece is being dipped inside that acid bath to get the coloration correctly, and then replaced onto the arm piece.
Keep that theme.
And as soon as it gets on there, I'm enchanting it and adding magic to the arm to actually make it work.
Valisor, so is the plan, once we're done here, to go and bunker down in the rim?
In the teleportation room, yes. I
Right,
don't think there'll
right.
be enough room in the other one.
Well, there's lots of rooms that are roomy rooms, but we don't have to deal with that. I thought because we're watch out tonight, right? We're the lookouts.
Yes. Making sure no demons make it through.
All right. Are you finished up?
Until Deshane is finished, yes.
Okay. Well, I can go take first watch then.
I will be sleeping in the same room. My helmet does the watching for me.
All right. Well, we'll see you when you come in then. And I'll finish up with what I'm doing and exit over to go into my rest mode. If nothing else is going on with that, just to get us to next week, Smasher's going to come through into the rear corner. So if you if you remember the room, the door is in the top left corner of the map. He's going to the bottom right corner, into the very back opposite of that. And he's going to hunker down like he normally does, knees to chest. And normally when Smasher goes into his rest mode, he kind of goes into this loading mid-process. And as he slowly winds down into that mode, you start to see flickers of red, and then orange, purple, and a couple of sparks, and then his eyes shut down. And he goes into a rest mode. And we'll talk about it next week.
When I finish mine up, I go stand in that corner, put my armor into lock mode after I ritual cast alarm around the teleporter, and then just look like a suit of armor. A decorative suit of armor standing up. And that's how I sleep.
Perfect.
I don't know if you'll notice this or not, and you can choose not to, but there was no sign of movement or light coming from Smasher at all.
In fact, seems kind of dead.
Probably wouldn't. TBH. Very tired. Out of spell slots. A little injured.
Fair enough.
You would almost think he is. All right, Deshane.
Give a rap on that door to a room.
Okay.
I open up and I come in.
Hoi! I blow bubbles out the door. Like,
I'm gonna ask, how's the bath? As I take off my hat, I'm gonna set it down on the table.
I haven't had this many bubbles in so long.
I enjoyed it myself.
What's up?
I'm gonna set my hat down on the table and I'm gonna take out a pack of playing cards that I've had since the beginning and I'm gonna pull out 5 cards that don't match the deck, and I'm gonna put the rest of the deck back into my pocket. We have to make a plan, I say through the door, and I'm gonna set out the first one, and I'm gonna lay it down. And what it is, folks, is it looks like a tarot card, the High Priestess tarot card, but it's pink, and it has a gnome on it, and it says Lady of the Rose. And then I'm waiting for a reply as I set down the next card.
Plan about what?
What we're going to do after this. And the second card is, it looks like the Fool, but it's a large mechanical figure in black armor.
I guess that will depend on what your goal is.
Hold on, I have to go to a note. That card, the Fool, said the Machine of War. And then the next card I pull out, I put down. Would you ask, Mixie? Sorry.
I guess that will depend on what your goal is. Mine's just to spread joy. That was my goal when I came here. It was my mission, what I was told to do.
Well, my goal's a tower, but my goal is in line with your goal and the goal of the rest of the party. And the third card I put down is the equivalent to the Hanged Man, but it's the Doomed Man, and it is Valisor in armor. I'm going to draw the fourth card.
What is your take on Cephas?
He's either a friend or an ally, but I doubt he'll actually be either. And the fourth card I put down is the Tower. And it's just the Tower.
Well, I think following the beam I keep catching glimpses of, the one you keep seeing, will be very hard if we don't help Valisor find what he's hunting.
That's the way Ka works. So do we go there? Do we follow his path? Or do we look more into the Smasher situation?
I have a feeling those are going to end up being one and the same.
Yeah, probably. And as I lay down the fifth card, ladies and gentlemen, is death, but instead of a skeleton riding a pale horse, it is a cowboy, and the symbol on the flag is the same symbol that is on my guns, on Deshane's guns. We have a lot to talk about. And I'm going to look down at all 5 cards in a row.
Been waiting for you to say that.
And we're gonna cut there. That is where we're gonna come back to next week, ladies and gentlemen.
Loaded.
Loaded.
We're gonna come in.
It's going to be fantastic.
Oh, it was a good one,
Loaded.
folks.
It was good. Got a little horny midway, but it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Chat came through. Chat came
thanks
through.
for the for the raid. From
Thanks
the
for
horny
the
group.
raid, Third Gowan.
A horny raid.
It's always a pleasure.
A horny raid every week is
Group
just
of 3 people.
Right when we
soothes my
hit
soul.
hour 3, every single
Every
time.
time.
It
It's
just
great.
goes, wow.
Amazing.
It's
Oh, it goes south. All right, if you know what I'm saying.
I'm gonna
It
need
goes
to make a
south.
drill hand now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Folks, cut the feet.
Smasher comes with accessories. All smashers, only forged.
Just cut the feet.
Tip us. All that stuff. Cut it,
We'll
cut
see
it,
you
cut it.
tomorrow.
Never.
We love
We're not
you
fixing
all.
any typos. Never happened.
Bye,
Never
bye,
happened.
next week. Follow
I
our
love you.
socials. Don't
Sorry,
forget,
I'm not
like and
sorry.
Subscribe.
All that good stuff.
I apologize for
They
nothing.
can't hear me now, but we love you all. Thank you very much. Bye. Bye.
The air may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.